可以不，它就是那个桌子不要动，还有采访。要那个角度，刚才调好。
This is only the beginning. Warning.
CYBATHLON, where skillful pilots team up with new technologies to accomplish stunning things.
CYBATHLON macht glücklich.
우리가 포기할 수 있는 일들을 가능하게 만들어줍니다.
Wir treten mit und gegeneinander an.
Teams from countries around the globe fight to win the competition. Which team will present the smartest technology? And who has the best pilot? CYBATHLON competitions include 8 disciplines. They all call for skill, precision, concentration, and endurance. Robotic wheelchairs climb stairs. Prosthetic arms feel out and pick up hidden objects. And exoskeletons let paralyzed legs walk again. Intelligent assistive technologies help simplify the everyday lives of people with disabilities. Technology, competitive spirit, emotions. CYBATHLON is all of that. Today's CYBATHLON Challenge is the last competition on the road to CYBATHLON 2024. Teams can use every challenge to prepare for CYBATHLON 2024 in the best possible way, step by step. The first CYBATHLON Challenge discipline today, the arm prosthesis race. The first task involves some do-it-yourself action, including the handling of various tools. Pilots then don a hooded sweater. They have to pull up its zip fastener fully before continuing. The goal of the task is to put the sweater on a clothes hanger and hang it on a clothesline. In addition, pilots are asked to hang a t-shirt on the same clothesline and secure it with a peg. Next, pilots have to serve food. To do this, they need to transfer a casserole and a frying pan from the stove to the dining table. In the final part of the race, pilots stack blue cups and build a vertical pyramid while sitting at a table. Pilots can score 10 points for every one of the 4 tasks. The pilot who completes the most tasks in the fastest time wins the race. The time limit is 6 minutes.
Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, and welcome to the third and final CYBATHLON Challenger event before CYBATHLON 24 in October. 19 teams here, 9 nations, 9 different hubs we're operating from as far afield as China and Brazil and Japan, and as close to home as France and, of course, Switzerland as well. I'm Patrick Winterton, joined throughout the day by various PhD students to talk us through the 6 disciplines involved here. We don't have any North American teams, but the next best thing is we have Adrian Esser with us. Well, we're based at ETH Zurich, stunning location, and this was founded some 160 years ago and boasts some 22 laureates, and no wonder it's known as one of the best universities in the world. So this is the venue in Zurich, the Rubis Bacher, and all the teams that are based in Zurich will be operating from here. But as I said, there are 8 different hubs around the world, and we will be visiting and seeing exactly how they're getting on in identical challenges as the day goes on. Well, Adrian, you're the sort of arm prosthesis expert, and that's going to be the first event up. What are you expecting?
Great to be here with you, Patrick, today. We're expecting some really exciting races. We have 4 teams all around the world and a really diverse and challenging array of tasks. The participants will be challenged from fine, dexterous object manipulation to lifting heavy objects over large distances, twisting, reaching. So we're going to challenge and push these devices to their limits.
And this is an event that has come on a lot over the years. Let's have a look and see where the teams that are competing actually come from. We've got the French team, Bonneckerhan from Rennes, the capital city of Brittany, and Suzhou in China, west of Shanghai, some 42 times bigger than Rennes, the host town for the other team. And we were really, really impressed with what CYBATH did yesterday from China. Min Zhu, the pilot for this event, just incredible dexterity and precision all the way through. It was almost the perfect performance from her. I'm wondering whether we're going to see the same again.
So we have CYBATH here at the starting line. They are the returning champions from the challenges in March 23. They have a very interesting prosthesis here, where she controls it both through myoelectric contraction and also with the rest of her body and the left side of her limb.
Well, let's introduce you to the teams, Bonneckerhan and CYBATH.
Team Bionico Hand is led by the My Human Kit Association. The French team specializes in hand prostheses and is making their debut in this CYBATHLON tournament. Bionico Hand was founded by Nicolas Houchet, who lost his hand in a working accident back in 2002. Instead of buying an expensive hand prosthesis, he decided to create his own hand and then make the prosthetic hands accessible for anyone who needs them. There is even a user manual to repair them yourself. Now Nicolas and his team are all set to succeed in the CYBATHLON Challenge 2024. Team CYBATH comes from China. What drives its researchers?
For me, it is meaningful to see the equipment and design help the people with disabilities return to their normal life.
CYBATH already participated in the CYBATHLON Challenge back in 2023. They won their event in a close and fierce race. The goal of the Chinese team and their pilot, Min Zhu, is obvious.
Yes, competition provides a great platform for prosthetic developers around the world to showcase their innovations.
They are determined to succeed again and win a second time.
So CYBATH are ready to go, based out in Suzhou in China, as we mentioned earlier. Just a reminder, 6 minutes to complete the task. They got 10 points per task that they complete, and they may bypass some of the tasks. If they feel that they're just not going to achieve it, they won't waste time on those particular tasks. But that obviously will lose them some points. Now, remember, the two teams start a minute apart. So Nicolas Houchet just has a little bit of time to wait before he is underway. And yesterday he had a little bit of problem with the first couple of in the practice with the first couple of exercises, screwing the light bulb in and the handling of the clothes pegs as well. Here we go. So the first event at the CYBATHLON Challenger event. So they've put the light bulb fix in a really awkward position. Now, provided the bulb doesn't go on the floor, he can continue.
So we did this on purpose. We had the light bulb inside the cabinet to make it as difficult as possible to actually twist it, because you can see how challenging it is to grab the bulb and turn it at the same time in a confined space.
Well, he's done the hard bit, which is getting the thread to bite initially, so I think we're going to get there, and when he has wound it far enough in, the light will come on and he will be free to pass on to the next exercise. Excellent work, and that's really encouraging, because yesterday he had a disaster there. Now the second exercise, Adrian, explain what we've got to do here.
So we have to hammer the nail in until it breaks the bottom of the wood, and once it does, he's going to have to pull it out with the pliers.
China, a minute later, getting underway with Team CYBATH, and Min Zhu, who, as I said, was really impressive. And once again, she's gone past the DIY section. That's obviously been providing a problem. And Adrian, you're asking these prosthesis to do an awful lot of different tasks. Is there a hand that can do everything?
You know, there's no hand that can do everything, but different technologies will have different advantages over the others. In some cases, it has to do with tactile feedback for touching and manipulating small objects, and in other cases, it has to do with robust design in different types of scenarios. For example, here, they have to insert their arm through the sleeve, and this can be really tricky if you have any snag points or a design that's not smooth.
Well, that was well executed by Nicolas. And as you can see, neither team scoring any points at the moment. I thought Nicolas Houchet was going to get some on that first exercise, but obviously given a failed task there. Now, this is where CYBATH were really good yesterday and had absolutely no problem doing the zip back up again, and the speed that she's moving is impressive. But do remember, she bypassed that first exercise known as the hanging, or the DIY task was bypassed onto the hanging laundry. No issue there. Now this is much more functional. This is all about the kitchen.
This is about serving food, and we have two objects here you'll see soon. One frying pan and a second casserole dish in that cabinet, and we've put lacrosse balls in to make it harder to move and manipulate the objects.
And this represents taking a casserole, and it's not light, so the hand grabbing the near handle. Whoops, has to rush that one. Not quite as smooth as we saw yesterday.
But that's a task passed.
Yeah, but 20 points scored now, and Nicolas Houchet struggling on the laundry. Now, hopefully, he can get that jacket on the hanger.
It has to go on the clothes hanger.
On the coat hanger, and then do up the zip. As he decided it's easier to put that on first.
Maybe
so
he's gonna.
This is what they call an open source Mayo hand.
Yes, so this whole design is actually completely open source, so you can look up the plans and build it yourself if you want. And Nicholas has also created a whole community to support people who want to do this.
And that essentially is what CYBATHLON's all about, making these things accessible. And so CYBAT absolutely storming through this. That's a really good exercise. Now she's got to take them apart and stack them again. That's something that you can see she has practiced well. This is the tricky bit. Makes absolutely sure by getting the little finger on the bottom cup to make sure it doesn't fall apart. And then she has to stack them the right way up without falling over. And it's going to be another 10 points for CYBAT. What a start. Brilliant.
What a great first run. 30 points.
And plenty of time in hand. So just bypassed that first exercise, but the CYBAT team delighted with that, and so they should be. That was great stuff. But Bionica hand still out there now. This is where Nicola had a problem yesterday.
And he got it.
Yeah, well done. And that's why he's getting a big round of applause. Yeah. He had plenty of success here yesterday.
Task pass.
So he's got the green flag and the points, and now has to stack the cups, just as we saw from CYBAT a little bit earlier on. So in terms of time, taking a little bit more time, but he did attempt that first task.
Interesting strategy here. He's flipping all of the cups over, and then he's going to go grab and stack them. Whereas we saw Min doing it in one movement.
And what's nice about this system is it's very minimalist.
It's incredibly minimalist. Actually, there's only one motor in the hand to close it.
Yeah, remember it was a 6-minute time margin. He's completed the task, but he has run out of time. And, well, a big round of applause because he attempted all the tasks. And if it wasn't for the laundry section, which took a bit more time, but he got through it and he passed that, which he didn't do yesterday. So very, very tight. Well, let's have a little replay of this. This is Minzu from China. And as we mentioned, just walking past that first task, but after that, she was incredibly fast. No problem grabbing the zip at all. And that's what they call a hybrid control system.
Yeah, so with Min's device, what you can see is she's also controlling the opening and closing of the hand with her left arm. Just like when you steer the wheel of a car, the computer then turns the wheels. In the same way, she sends a signal to the prosthesis with her left arm to open and close the prosthesis.
Yeah, you can see her moving the left arm there. So two contrasting systems, both successful. I think Nicola will be delighted that he managed to get the light bulb in, because that went disastrously wrong yesterday in the practice. And so a big improvement.
I wonder if we'll see on Min's second attempt if she'll try the first task to get a full 40 points.
And again, another task that Nicola failed yesterday but succeeded today. Well, despite the technological issues, we are going to head to China and try and get an interview with the team out there, Team CYBAT, who have just put in a really good performance. There they are. Hello in China. Can you hear us?
Hello in China. Can you hear us?
Good.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Well, I must say, you've started off the competition at the highest level. That was absolutely fantastic. How does it feel? How are you feeling after that performance?
How about let our pilots say first? 你可以说说你的感受。
我的感受，有点紧张。
She's a little bit nervous. Although we have trained a lot of time, but when we do it in the real competition, he feel very nervous. She is afraid of doing some fault.
Well, I don't think you need to be nervous because that was an impressive performance. Can you tell us why you went past the DIY task?
就问你为什么第一个任务做不了？
那个任务那个榔头敲那个太，你说吧。
When we do the hammer task, it's hard to grasp. Maybe the next time in Zurich we can fix that. And another thing is for the rotate the bob. Maybe for our current version, we can't handle it very well, so we decide to skip that.
So you have another attempt coming up a little bit later on. Will you attempt the DIY, or are you just going to go for a faster time than you produce now?
Yeah. We maybe want to choose a faster way, so we maybe direct skip that. We do not train much about the task. Sorry.
Okay, that is fantastic. Well, thanks very much, and we'll see you a bit later on.
Thank you.
Well, Adrian, how about that? That was really, really impressive, and it set a pretty high bar, a high standard at the start of the competition.
Yeah, it was 30 out of 40 points and also a pretty quick time. If two teams tie for points, then the time is the tiebreaker. So I think the strategy we're seeing here from CYBAT is to try to get those 30 points in the fastest amount of time possible and hope that no other teams complete all 4 tasks. But we'll have to see that later today.
Yeah, and a reminder that they get 2 attempts. Well, here is Nicolas Houchet. Nicolas, a mixed fortune. Much better on the light bulb than you were yesterday. We didn't get to see what happened with the hammer and the nail.
I switch on the hand. I touched the button while I was. I made a mistake of touching the button, the switch, while I was doing something else. So next time.
Next time.
I remember the mistake.
Yeah, but you must be happy with the way it's gone so far. That was a big improvement on yesterday.
Yes, sure. Yeah. I can improve again. Yeah, I can do my goal is to do the four of them, and the strategy is a little bit different. I'm not running after time, but after the tasks, the complete tasks. That's my goal.
Excellent. Well, we'll look forward to seeing your second heat, and well done for now. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So, 2 pretty happy competitors. Well, they both look pretty delighted. They get another chance in half an hour or so. We will move on to the next of our categories. But Adrian, are we going to see an improvement? I think they've set the standard too high.
They've set a pretty good bar, but there's always room for improvement. We've seen the DIY task completed before. There are other teams that can do it. So neither teams are out of the woods.
Okay, well, we'll look forward to that. Let's have a look at the results of that first heat. So CYBAT coming away with 30 points, Bionica Hand on 20 with 2 failures in the 4 tasks. Room for improvement maybe. Well, we'll take a quick break here on CYBATHLON and we'll be back with the next event, which is going to be the wheelchair race. And that's another very, very competitive event.
CYBATHLON 2024, a once-in-a-lifetime experience, an international competition with and for people with disabilities and their teams. Are you working on developing the most helpful assistive technology? Become a competitor and sign up for CYBATHLON 2024.
Mein Name ist Michel Fornasier und für mich hat die Zukunft längst begonnen. Mir ist es wichtig, dass Technik der Menschheit dient, sie unterstützt, ihnen Hand bietet und den Alltag so erleichtert. Fortschritt ist Lebensqualität, welche man mit gutem Gewissen auch nutzen darf. In dieser Hinsicht ist EKZ für mich ein verlässlicher Partner, denn sie bieten Lösungen, die mich begeistern.
Willkommen zu Hause, Michel.
EKZ bietet ökologische und zukunftsfähige Lösungen für Ihr Zuhause. Wir begleiten Sie in Ihre Energiezukunft. EKZ.
Eigentlich haben ich und mein Freund so ein gutes Gefühl an diesem Tag.
Ich bin einfach die Passstrasse darauf gefahren.
Auf einmal ist ihm der TÜV in einer Kurve weggerutscht.
Die Sonne hat mich geblendet und plötzlich liegt sie vor mir.
Und dann hat es meinen Rücken voll verwünscht.
Es kann jeden treffen. Wir helfen Querschnittgelähmten zurück ins Leben. Im Ernstfall auch Ihnen. Jetzt Mitglied werden.
Welcome back to CYBATHLON Challenges. We are moving on from the arm prosthesis race to the wheelchair race. And Lara's joined me. Lara, this is an interesting one. We saw them in action yesterday in the practices. Are you expecting a big improvement from what we saw yesterday?
First of all, it's good to be here again and to see the two teams racing again. So I would say yesterday we had two teams and both managed 2 out of 4 tasks.
Yeah,
and we saw in both teams as well that they were struggling with one task in particular, the
picking up
task.
So
yeah.
We've got our fingers crossed for that, which is coming up a little later. Let's just show you some of the various tasks that they have to go through with the wheelchairs.
Today's CYBATHLON Challenge discipline, the wheelchair race. Teams will have to complete the following task both correctly and as quickly as possible. In the first task of the race, pilots have to navigate their wheelchairs and position them at dining tables so that half of their thighs are under the table surface. They must not move any other furniture to get to the table. Pilots are then challenged to navigate some rocky terrain with their wheelchair. In the second half of the course, they have to bring their wheelchair to a stop at one point before continuing on their path. Then pilots have to pass between 2 tables while avoiding collisions with both robots that are roaming the task space and a crowd of people. To complete the tasks, pilots have to pick up a bottle from the floor and place it on a table. Pilots score 10 points per completed task. Whoever completes the most tasks in the fastest time wins the wheelchair race. Pilots have to complete the race within 6 minutes.
So I hope that gave you some idea of what is coming up. We've got 2 different teams. We've got Robility Enhanced in your picture at the moment and Oeku from Japan. Lara, the wheelchairs here, very different. One is definitely built for rough terrain and one isn't.
And I think when looking at the wheelchairs right now, you can actually see already which is the one that really ran over the rocky terrain, which is the wheelchair of the Robility Enhanced. But this one has a disadvantage in for example, the restaurant task, where the spaces are quite narrow and you really have to navigate your wheelchair through. So I think here you can see definitely that for Oeku they have a huge advantage with a smaller device.
Absolutely,
more agile.
Yeah, very agile through the restaurant. Remember the 4 tasks coming up. They have the restaurant to negotiate, the rocky terrain, the crowd, which is where the obstacles are moving, so that makes that much more difficult, and the task where they have to pick something off the wheel. Let's have a look where our teams come from. Oeku from Osaka, the island of Honshu, famous for its cherry blossom, and then in Zurich, of course, for Robility Enhanced. They have not had to travel far.
Definitely not.
Well, let's just introduce you to the 2 teams and find out who is behind the wheelchair race.
Team OECU is from Japan. The team's pilot is Toshiki Ogura. He loves cars and motorcycles. The Japanese team is working on an electric wheelchair that can navigate steep stairwells, pick up objects, and open doors. Their new prototype, known as the RP Wheel 24 PT, is intended to one day compete with commercial wheelchairs. Ogura and his squad are very experienced, and they've been training hard for today's CYBATHLON Challenge. Ogura loves speed. How fast will he be in today's challenge?
Es interessiert mich sehr, was die Technik angeht an dem ganzen Gerät. Und ich finde es spannend, dass man die Hilfsmittel oder die Technik vorantreiben will und durch das eigentlich in Zukunft eine Erleichterung für einen Rollstuhlfahrer erreichen.
Für uns als Team Robility Enhanced ist es mega wichtig, dass wir immer die Fähigkeiten der Piloten ins Zentrum stellen. CYBATHLON ist eine super Plattform, um sich austauschen mit anderen Teams. Wir wollen mit all unseren Entwicklungen Technologiegrenzen verschieben. Aktuell sind das vor allem eben Sachen wie geneigte Ebene, die sehr anstrengend sind zum Fahren. Solche Sachen wollen wir lösen.
So you get some idea of the capabilities of these machines, and you just have to look at the wheelbase to see the difference. I must say that Oeku is so agile and so accurate moving around through narrow spaces that he finds the first task very, very easy. Whereas Robility Enhanced, who, to be honest, are the top dogs. They're the guys to beat. They've been the ones who've been dominant over the years.
They've been winning, I think, everything they've participated in. So starting in the first event, 2016, where they already won, to the last challenges, I mean, they've been the leading team.
Yeah, and again, 6 minutes to complete the 4 tasks. Is that going to be a problem for Robility Enhanced because they spent a long time in the restaurant yesterday and then struggled when it came to picking up the bottle at the end?
I think they will definitely have to take some time at the restaurant, but then if you see yesterday at the rehearsals, they were sprinting through the rocky terrain, so I think there they can save some time.
Yeah.
Compensate a bit.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see if Oeku actually take on the rocky terrain today. They sidestepped it yesterday, knowing that they may get stuck in there. I think it's unlikely, but we will see. Remember, 10 points for every task that they complete. The countdown has started 19 seconds before Oeku get underway, and then Robility Enhanced will start their run just a minute later. I must say it's
only a few seconds now.
Yeah, a few seconds to go, but it's nice to see how nervous the pilots are.
Definitely,
there's so much tension out there. We're underway.
And they're starting.
So into the restaurant, and one of the main things is they had to design it so the legs could get under the table, and which otherwise, you can't use the table itself. So
exactly, and that's usually a problem with those powered wheelchairs because they're usually quite bulky and quite big. So especially those narrow spaces and also the space under the table gets quite
there's
tricky.
the rough terrain, and as they did yesterday, Oeku have just sidestepped that. Now these moving objects are going to get faster and faster, so the quicker you get through, the better it is. And he is right on the tail. He could not have done that any better. So
timing is really on
just
point.
about two tasks completed. So 20 points already for Oeku. Yes, they missed out the second task, but now they come on to the task where they have to pick up the bottle.
And this is going to be the trickiest.
Yeah, only a minute gone, and Robility Enhanced are into probably the toughest section for them. But Rolf Schock, plenty of practice yesterday. He looked good. He was a motocross rider.
And he's really here. The precision is incredible. The way he controls the device, really knows, first try.
Yeah, it's been given a fail. You do not get a second attempt at that, so you can see the frustration. So 20 points scored by Oeku on the first run. They will get a second run, so they can improve on that, and that's important. Whereas Rapidity enhanced still on the first exercise. Nice and accurate, well worth taking your time here. I don't think the time is going to be the issue. 48 seconds gone, he's still got 5 minutes to go, and just watch him go through the rough terrain. Raises the feet out of the way.
Here they go super quick.
Yeah, no problem whatsoever.
Now stand still.
And you can actually see the band underneath, which helps him go up even bigger steps if he has to. Now, bigger wheelchair means it's a bigger problem to get through the third task, which is known as the crowd.
But they have some practice, you know, for the last challenges in 2023. Almost the exact same task was there as well, and they were just brilliant.
Yeah.
They really have the timing, they know where to go at exactly what time point.
Yeah, and the practice makes perfect in this game, and you can see all four wheels turn. All four wheels are powered, so it's a 4x4 wheelchair, and he's putting it to good use here. Through there, no problem at all.
No,
that is 3 tasks completed. Now, this is where Rolf had a problem yesterday, picking up the bottle. They've got a system that relies on suction. You can just see the two suckers underneath. And I think the fact that it's quite a soft bottle.
But still heavy.
And heavy. It's 1.5 litres, so that's 1.5 kilos that they've got to pick up with this device. Is it going to work today? If it does, Rapidity Enhance are going on to maximum points on their first event, and it's business as usual for them. He got it about 1 inch off the ground yesterday, a couple of centimetres, and then it dropped. This looks better. He's got a clean contact.
He's
Job
a pro.
done.
He works well under pressure, Rolf.
Experience counts. 2:33, 2:35. Watch the clock, because that is what the other teams are going to have to go for. And he brings the prosthetic arm back inside the boundaries of the wheelchair, and there's absolutely no hurry whatsoever.
Wow,
using the mobile there to control that. 2:51. That is a massive improvement on yesterday's run, and a big round of applause from everyone in the hall here.
He seems relieved, very happy and relieved.
He looks pretty cool to me, as if he expected something like that. Well, let's have another look. This was so impressive from Oeko in the early stages, straight underneath. Yeah, it would have been nice to see Oeku attempt the rough terrain.
But maybe on the second run, because I think...
Maybe, yeah. I think the problem there was he wasn't quite central with the grip on the bottle.
Yeah.
So it ended up that the front of the bottle had a lot more weight. I think had it been central, he would have succeeded there. So a disappointing run for Oeku. They are better than that, and we will see better later on. But again, Rolf taking his time, but he had plenty of time in hand. They have to stop on that rough terrain and prove that they can get going again. And this, I think, is what he'll be most delighted about, is the fact that something that didn't work yesterday has worked today. Easy done. Well, 2 fantastic events so far. Let's see if we can get hold of Rolf, who was the pilot for Rapidity Enhanced. There he is. You're looking very cool, Rolf. That was a fantastic performance.
Yeah. Yes.
So how did...
Rolf is so used to perform fantastically that it's absolutely normal for him.
That is the problem if you always win.
It did look as though there wasn't any pressure, but we have to ask you how you can improve on your second run.
But I don't know. I can go faster.
Well, which of the particular tasks do you think you can do any better? Maybe the first one, the restaurant.
I think the restaurant, yes.
Okay, well we'll hold you to that, and we look forward to a rapid run later on. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Well, let's go to the Japanese team with Oeku, who are ready to go. There we go. Fantastic run, Toshiki. Little bit disappointing on the final task.
One more. Could you say one more?
Obviously, you started so well today. We wanted to know what went wrong on the final task, picking up the bottle.
Picking up the 最後のタスク、ピッキングで、それ何が問題だったんですか？
いや、もしかしたらそのタイミングであったり、バランス、そのパワーであったりとかっていうところが合わなかったのかなっていうふうに思ってます。
Maybe he says that there is some wrong timing to pick up the bottle.
Okay, so you can definitely improve on that this afternoon. What about the rough terrain? Will you tackle the rough terrain on your second run?
2回目のセカンド2回目のロッキーってことがね、それもやるのか。
今回はパスし。
Okay.
No, we skip the rocky terrain this time.
Okay, thanks very much, and good luck for your second run.
Thank you very much.
Well, that was a resounding no.
Yeah, I've seen in the preparation they had some problems with the crawler because they're aiming to shift the wheels and then go over the rocky terrain with the crawler underneath. That you also actually see with the Mobility Enhanced team when they're climbing stairs. They have a similar system.
So we'll look for that later on. Now let's have a look at the results of that first heat of the wheelchair race. Rolf Schock on Mobility Enhanced, perfect, 40, and it was quick. That is going to be a tough time to beat, but hopefully we've challenged him to attempt that. And then Toshiki Ogura with Ueku. Not quite as smooth as it was yesterday. I think the pressure getting to him. So we'll see how he handles the event second time round.
I think what CYBATHLON demonstrates is there are no boundaries. When you watch this event, you start to believe that is possible.
Eigentlich war es ganz ein normaler Tag.
Bis ich mit extrem viel Schwung
Die schwarze Piste runtergefahren bin.
ja, einfach die Kontrolle verloren.
Dann hat es getatscht und um mich herum ist alles schwarz geworden.
Es kann jeden treffen. Wir helfen Querschnittgelähmten zurück ins Leben. Im Ernstfall auch Ihnen. Jetzt Mitglied werden.
Mein Name ist Michel Fornasier und für mich hat die Zukunft längst begonnen. Mir ist es wichtig, dass Technik der Menschheit dient, sie unterstützt, ihnen Hand bietet und den Alltag so erleichtert. Fortschritt ist Lebensqualität, welche man mit gutem Gewissen auch nutzen darf. In dieser Hinsicht ist EKZ für mich ein verlässlicher Partner, denn sie bieten Lösungen, die mich begeistern.
Willkommen zu Hause, Michel.
EKZ bietet ökologische und zukunftsfähige Lösungen für Ihr Zuhause. Wir begleiten Sie in Ihre Energiezukunft. EKZ.
Welcome back to CYBATHLON Challenger. We've had the first two heats of the arm prosthesis race and the wheelchair race. They get to do their second run now, so it's the arm prosthesis is next, and Adrian's back with me. Okay, they weren't perfect performances in the first time round, but CYBATH look fantastic. And they've got a very different system from Bionico Hand. Can you explain how they differ and how the actual hand movements are activated?
So fundamentally, the differences actually aren't that big. And most prosthetic arms, they function with myoelectric control. So what the engineers can do is actually detect the contractions of the muscle on the stump and use that to control the device, to open, to close, to turn the wrist. And both devices, actually, CYBATH and Bionico Hand, use this as a principle for the control in their devices. What differentiates CYBATH is that they additionally use a form of body-powered control, where her arm, her left arm, can move back and forth to also control the grasping of the prosthesis.
Yeah, that seemed to be a very, very handy facility to have. So let's have a look at the replay. This is the action from the first heat. And Nicola, not happy to have been given the red flag on the hammering of the nail, because it was going so well, and he had managed to get the light bulb in, which is something he failed on yesterday. This perhaps the most impressive of exercises for CYBATH. Absolutely no problem whatsoever for Min Zhu, and very, very rapid. But you could tell she'd done a lot of training, because she knew exactly the sequence that she wanted to complete the task.
Yep. One of the things I love about watching these pilots and these technologies is how somehow the devices also move in, let's say, more than human ways. So you can see wrists rotate beyond what a normal human can do. And you see this in the cup stacking task. It's really incredible to watch.
And the strength of the grip, I mean, how does that compare to your average hand?
Well, it depends. Probably a human hand would be stronger, but the limitation has to do with motor technology right now.
So the teams are ready to go for their second run. Just a reminder, CYBATH scoring 30 points out of a possible 40 on their first run, and then the time comes into it. But they were very rapid indeed, having sidestepped the first DIY task. And Bionico Hand scoring 20 points. Yeah, fingers crossed for Nicola on this first one. The light bulb he cracked last time. I hope he succeeds there again. And then I felt he was just frustrated. He made a little mistake with the nail, and instantly the red flag went up. It's sort of one strike and you're out in this game. It's tough.
It's really tight. Nicholas knows what he did wrong. He touched the prosthesis while he was holding the hammer, which is a violation of the rules, but he knows that now. We hopefully won't see that mistake again. And I'm sure he's got at least one, hopefully two more completed tasks in him.
And there you can see the device on Min Zhu's back. Can you explain exactly what that is doing? Is that translating the messages from the left arm to the right hand?
Exactly. So when she moves her left shoulder backwards and forwards, it's registered by the unit on the back, and that command is turned into the opening and closing of the hand. So you'll see her very subtly moving that shoulder back and forth, and that will be linked to the opening and closing of the hand.
Fascinating. And CYBATH look to be ready. It's what they call a hybrid control of body and motor power. And then the open source Myo hand of Bionico Hand. And Nicolas Boucher.
I'm excited here because we're going to see Nicholas attempt all four tasks.
So this is where the teams come from. Bionico Hand from Rennes, just outside St Malo, which is a beautiful place. As I said, the capital of Brittany, and then CYBATH from Suzhou, which is just to the west of Shanghai. Some 10.7 million inhabitants. It's a big city.
I think one super exciting thing to see is how quickly the technologies change and develop. So in March, we saw Min and Team CYBATH with a completely body-powered gripper, and now it's actually controlled by wire, which means the shoulder controls a motor, which controls the hand.
And without these competitions, the development or the incentive to develop and progress would not be as great as it is today.
Yes, I mean, these CYBATHLON shows the world what these technologies are capable of. It shows them the shortcomings as well, so we also see where they fail. the path for improvement.
Absolutely. You learn more from your mistakes, but it's all about the development, and if it speeds up that development and gives disabled individuals access and independence, really, which is so important. So here we go, second run, and Bina Kahan going first on this occasion, straight on to the so the bottom of the nail has to appear through the bottom of the block, and then he's got to grab the pliers and pull it out again. Now, that's not an easy task for anyone. So now he's allowed to just adjust the hand.
Now he has to remove the nail using the pliers.
Now, the best bet is to grab it right at the bottom and then use the leverage, which is exactly what he's done. That's great. Now he'll move on to the bulb.
And we know he can do this one.
Yeah,
we've seen it.
But he's done it twice, and he's got a 50% success rate. So let's hope this first bit is the problem. Yesterday, the bulb came out and fell on the floor, which was a big issue. Chinese team, CYBATH, just about to start. He's there. We should be all right. So it's going to take a little bit of time. So Minju, once again, bypassing the DIY task, and so they're going to be limited to a maximum of 30 points. So Uche is through, the first 10 points on the scorecard, and that's an improvement on this morning. Now, this is where CYBATH are so good. And it's going to be interesting, Adrian, that both teams on the same section now, and you'll get to see just how quick CYBATH are negotiating their way around here. And with the closed pegs, they haven't had any problems so far.
I'm honestly so impressed. Min just reaches into the box and pulls the clothespin out with no hesitation. And you see most teams positioning it, moving it around, trying to get it to a point where they can pinch it nicely, and she just picks it up so quick. It's amazing.
So give us some idea, if you know, how much training goes into operating it as smoothly as that.
I mean, forget just these tasks. Even the task of learning how to control myoelectric prosthesis takes so much time to figure out how to co-contract the muscles to get the right commands to the device. And then on top of this, now we're throwing them in a stressful, pressured environment where they have to perform.
Now, he's going to go for the clothes pegs, but he's looks as though he was on the vert. Yeah, he's going to give that a miss. But don't forget that if he can complete and score 30 points, then that is the maximum that CYBATH can get, having bypassed the first obstacle. But he has spent a lot of time in that laundry section.
Now it comes down to time. So it's which team can successfully complete the 3 tasks in the quickest amount of time. And Lynn is doing a really good pace here.
Yeah, into the kitchen. That's a much better grip than she had earlier on. She had a little bit of a problem getting the casserole out of the oven. I wonder whether she goes for the overhand grip on the first handle, then activates that left shoulder, gets the task. That's much.
And you can see here, it's hard for her because she has to simultaneously grab and protract the shoulder.
Yeah, that was a clever move, giving the top of the mugs a thump just to make sure they weren't going to come apart. He's learnt fast, and that's God, don't knock it over. Well done. Makes it clear, goes for the speed. He knows this is going to come down to time, simply because Ueku scored 30 points earlier on today, and I'm not sure that CYBATH is any quicker than they were this morning.
And I love that, seeing Nicholas finish the task with the sweater still on.
3 minutes 30 was their time on the first run.
Ooh. That is a task
and so it's going to be the first run score that counts for CYBATH. And only 20 points this time, so they scored 50 points each. Well, it looked to me that time had become much more of an issue. And they were rushing through the task, whereas this morning they weren't. This was clever from Nicolas Houchet. He decided to do the hammer and nail first. Absolutely nothing in the rules that stops him doing that, but that allowed him to have the prosthesis set up right for the hammer initially. Again, he succeeds with the light bulb after a little sort of fumble earlier on, but through the kitchen very quickly. Didn't have any issues there at all. Just a shame about the laundry. He couldn't get the zip done back up and therefore got the red flag for that.
That was very lucky. If the cup falls on its side, it's a task fail, but it landed facing down, so he was allowed to continue.
Yeah, so a little bit of fortune there, and in a hurry to get to the end of the line. Now let's have a look at CYBATH for their second run. Straight past the DIY.
Again, how quickly she grasps the peg is just still amazing for me.
Yeah, dexterity, absolutely fantastic, and the precision, very, very impressive. Out comes the casserole, much cleaner than she did first time round, but surprisingly, on a task that she succeeded with no problem earlier on, just a slight fumble there as well. Well, let's have a chat to CYBATH and Minzu. Congratulations once again. It looked to us as though you were trying to complete the task even faster than you did this morning.
Yeah, we are trying to do fast, but we still miss have some minor errors.
Yeah, and
keeps that.
Well. Yeah, so far, are you happy so far with the way things have gone?
I'm sorry.
What is gone?
Are you happy? Are you happy with the competition so far?
Yeah. We are happy, but we just saw from another competition that French team do very well on the DIY task, and we must learn a lot from him to polish our skills in the next edition.
Yeah, well, we look forward to seeing you in the next edition and any advancements that you make, but we're really impressed with what you've achieved so far. So thanks very much, and we'll look forward to seeing you again.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Nicolas, a smart move on the first task, on the DIY task. We were impressed.
Finally, yes, yeah, and
can you just explain to us why you switched the order, why you did the hammer and the nail before the light bulb?
That was because it was more difficult, because it's more difficult to do, and so we decided to start with this one. In case I fail this one, then I don't have to do the bulb, the light, which is a little bit easier.
And then when you went into the laundry, a task that you completed on the first run, what was the issue with the zip?
The thing is that we realized that we were too slow on the first trial, and we didn't want to overpass the time, and the hand doesn't have enough grasp force. It's not precise enough, so it takes too much time. And I didn't want to. I wanted to achieve everything, so we made it in 3:40, I think, and so.
Yeah, well, it's going well so far. A good 30 points scored on that run. It's quite a competitive discipline you're in. There are another couple of teams competing this afternoon. Do you think your time will stand?
The goal again is to complete all the tasks. So we need to improve the hand. What was the question? If the other teams?
Well, whether you think you're good enough to beat the other teams.
The levels are so different, and the levels of amputations, and that makes a big difference between electrical wrist and or not. So I wouldn't compare with other teams, but from what I've seen from the Chinese teams, they have a very strong grasp grasp force, and that's what needs to be improved on our hand.
Yeah, but you're absolutely right. It's all about completing the tasks, and we really look forward to seeing any developments you make with your prosthesis. So well done. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So the second heat completed, and interesting tactics. You know, they may say they're not competitive, but everyone is competitive, and how it affects you when you try and rush things.
I mean, you could really see the nerves stacking up for both teams as the tasks went by. Really, really great performance from the two. I'm really looking forward to see in 2024 if Nicholas can come back and get that zipper.
Well, let's see how it goes. Bionica Hand and CYBAT in the arm prosthesis race. There are their performances. They switched around on the second run, and Uche doing so well on that DIY section. Minzu, I think, rushing it a little once again. Brilliant in the laundry. That was so impressive. And then just rushing the cups at the end, which is a task that she completed on the first two attempts without any trouble at all. So that's the end of the arm prosthesis for now. We do have two more teams competing this afternoon. Thanks very much, Adrian, for your insight to that. And we'll look forward to seeing you a bit later on.
Thank you very much, Patrick. I'll see you later today.
Mein Name ist Michel Fornasier und für mich hat die Zukunft längst begonnen. Mir ist es wichtig, dass Technik der Menschheit dient, sie unterstützt, ihnen Hand bietet und den Alltag so erleichtert. Fortschritt ist Lebensqualität, welche man mit gutem Gewissen auch nutzen darf. In dieser Hinsicht ist EKZ für mich ein verlässlicher Partner, denn sie bieten Lösungen, die mich begeistern.
Willkommen zu Hause, Michel.
EKZ bietet ökologische und zukunftsfähige Lösungen für Ihr Zuhause. Wir begleiten Sie in Ihre Energiezukunft. EKZ.
Eigentlich haben ich und mein Freund so ein gutes Gefühl an diesem Tag.
Ich bin einfach die Passstrasse darauf gefahren.
Auf einmal ist ihm der TÜV in einer Kurve weggerutscht.
Die Sonne hat mich geblendet und plötzlich liegt sie vor mir.
Und dann hat es meinen Rücken voll verwünscht.
Es kann jeden treffen. Wir helfen Querschnittgelähmten zurück ins Leben. Im Ernstfall auch Ihnen. Jetzt Mitglied werden.
CYBATHLON 2024, a once-in-a-lifetime experience, an international competition with and for people with disabilities and their teams. Are you working on developing the most helpful assistive technology? Become a competitor and sign up for CYBATHLON 2024.
Welcome back to CYBATHLON Challenges. The first two heats of the arm prosthesis completed. The wheelchairs have had their first run and their second run coming up. Laura is back with me to talk us through that. Mixed bag of results. So Oeku, they were incredibly quick, under a minute, but they only completed 3 tasks. Robility Enhanced, who are the champions to beat, took their time, got the full 40 points. I don't think Oeku are going to attempt the rough terrain. Their chair just isn't made for it. So really, it's now for them just about increasing the speed.
Not only increasing the speed, because I think for task 1 and also task 3, they were quite quick. Like going through the restaurant, going through the tables, that was actually performed really well, and same for the crowd task.
Yeah.
I think they can really improve for the pickup task, because we saw them already try yesterday during the rehearsals and it did not quite work out. Today again, I think it was really, really close, but I think they have a good chance to really get those 30 points.
Well, there are only 2 teams here in the wheelchair race, so whoever comes out on top after this heat is going to be the champion. Let's have a look at this morning, the sort of versatility of Ueku through the restaurant. Very, very tough to beat, but a slip up at the end with the picking up of the bottle. Rolf Schock had the perfect run, took his time, got through the tricky section, which is the restaurant phase, which is the first phase, and then had absolutely no problem later on, and he achieved a task that he didn't do yesterday in practice, the picking up of the bottle. So we'll see whether that works out again.
And if they can improve their time.
So again, worth pointing out the difference between the 2 wheelchairs. Lara, for the untrained eye like myself, it's all about the wheelbase. Rolf is sitting on a thing where the wheels are almost 80 centimetres apart.
Yeah.
It's a very, very different feel.
Also much bigger wheels if you compare it to the device from Ueku, and they have a much bigger clearance between the ground and the device itself. So I think that's also what makes them going over the rocky terrain so much easier than, for example, for Ueku.
Yeah, but I guess the higher you are off the ground, the less stable you are when you have tilted ground. You can't win it all the time. It's very different. It's sort of case of compromise.
Mobility enhanced, so far they did.
Yeah. Well, he's looking very calm, and he was very matter of fact in his interview after that first run. I think he was expecting some success. A few teething problems yesterday, but I suspect he's put in a little bit of practice in the last 24 hours, because it was an immaculate run. His time was 2:51. Ueku's time for the 3 tasks that they completed was 48 seconds. Absolutely fantastic. And actually, if they had gone through the rough terrain as quick as Robility Enhanced had, it still would have been sub 1 minute.
That's true.
So the countdown has started. You can see the screen in the background. Again, the teams start 1 minute apart. Just a reminder that there are 9 different hubs being linked together for this competition. The central base, obviously, Zurich, the ETH, and here we are in Japan.
And they're starting. Again, I think the first task is quite easy for them. They will go through it.
In under the table, no contact.
Perfectly
You're not allowed to move the furniture at all. Once you're far enough in, the judges give you the all clear to continue over to the other side. Then he has to reverse out. Job done.
Yeah.
Really just about focus there. This goes past the second task. There's the rough terrain. As he said he was going to do, he was not going to attempt it. And this is where he's been good in the past, just tracking the moving obstacle. Really precise movement.
Again, here the advantage of the smaller device makes it much easier to time it to go past the team.
Now,
perfectly
the question
done.
here is whether they can actually beat the time of their first run. I don't think they're quite going to manage that, but with Rolf Schock and Robility Enhanced scoring maximum points this morning, that means that they are the winners of this discipline. And every time he comes through this section, he gets faster and faster.
Again,
now, this would be nice to see Ueku pick this up. Last time, the arm was not quite central. Shifts it around.
Yeah, they have an interesting principle of master, where he has his hands, and then the slave robot that's actually touching the bottom. So they have to really find the right position and get a lot of grip on for the 1.5 liters bottle.
Yeah, I think he's well aware that.
He has to come a little bit closer. But it's good that they're taking their time. I think they were so fast during the first run. Can really take the time to do this task properly.
It is all about completing the task, and you can see the team members are absolutely glued to their screens, holding their breath.
Good.
Yeah, there's going to be a few big smiles if this is completed. Up it comes, inverts it. Now he's got to get it up onto the table.
First part already done.
He's sweating a bit. We need a.
You can really see the tension in his face.
Yeah, I think we need a pulse meter on the athletes as well, because there's a fair amount of nervous tension around.
And here you can also see nicely the difference between the Mobility Enhanced team and their device, where it's mostly about getting the device and then picking it on the table is relatively easy.
Yeah.
But here it's really...
Is he going to show off and try and get the bottle to stand up? No, I think he'll...
This looks
it
good.
has to stay on the table.
Yes. So not too much force. Yes.
Yeah.
No. Moving
and
a
just
little
has
bit,
to bring
but this
the
looks good.
arm back inside the chair itself, and then over the finish line for Oeku. Well done to them.
He is relieved.
Yeah, not as quick as this morning, but very, very impressive indeed. Rolf Schock has picked up the bottle twice in succession. He's made that look easy. Have a look at the time, 2:23 on the clock. He was 2:51, 2:51 this morning.
Maybe they can set a new record.
He's only got a couple of meters to go over the white line, and the clock stops. That is going to be 2:30, 2:39, somewhere around there, but comfortably inside the time he set this morning. They've rounded it up to 2:40, but either way, he's 11 seconds inside the time this morning. Most of that time made up in the restaurant. Mobility Enhanced going from strength to strength. Let's have a look at Oeku. Really good, untouchable in the restaurant.
I agree. Also in the crowd task, I think there they were actually faster than Mobility Enhanced.
Well, you're slightly limited by the movement of the objects. You can't go any faster. But this is where their real success came, because this morning this went horribly wrong, and on their second run.
This is really nice to see that they managed it this time.
Yeah.
And then getting a total of 30 points.
And I think what
that's a big accomplishment.
The best pictures, obviously their pilot delighted with the way things have gone, Toshiki Ogura, but the rest of the team who've been involved in this project absolutely delighted that they succeeded where they failed earlier on today. Rolf Schock nicely through the crowd feature, and very, very quick picking up the bottle.
Very smooth again.
Yeah, I'm not sure what adjustments they will have made from yesterday, but I think it was just a question of getting the bottle in exactly the right place.
I think it's the position of the vacuum actually on the bottle.
Well, here are the Japanese team, Oeku. Well done, guys. That was fantastic.
Very excited.
What was the most satisfying part of that task?
タスクの中で何が一番満足してるか。
いや、もうやっぱペットボトル。
It's a big task.
Yeah, we thought so. We could see your faces reacting when you succeeded on that task. So really impressive. Maybe not quite as quick as this morning, but to avoid the red flag on that last one was brilliant.
Yeah.
How nervous were you when you were putting the bottle on the table?
Pardon?
How nervous were you when you were putting the bottle on the table?
ペットボトルを入れた時にどれぐらいなんか興奮したか、緊張したかっていう。
子供が生まれた時ぐらい。
He says he nervous that when his daughter was born.
Well, can you tell us? Are we going to see you in the October edition?
Yes.
And have you any idea of the sort of changes and aspects you're going to work on between now and then?
But I can hear you. Could you tell more?
Well, we'll look forward to seeing you in October. And thanks very much for your competition today, and good luck in the future.
Okay. Yes, we
So, Rolf, we challenged you with going a little bit faster, and you achieved it with no problem at all.
Yes, I'm lucky.
every time you were doing the restaurant task, you were getting faster and faster. Is that just familiarity, or were you using different techniques?
No, it's the same technique.
Just a little bit quicker. And you've obviously won the wheelchair race, scoring 40 points on both occasions. October next. What are you after in the October competition?
How many tasks are there?
10.
10.
So you're after. You're after.
So.
And Sylvia, have you any ambitions for the big event in October?
Of course, a lot. We would like to have the full score in the wheelchair discipline, of course. But as you know, we're also competing in the exoskeleton discipline. And there we hope to see Rolf and Thomas in the wheelchair and the exoskeleton discipline sort of fused together.
Yeah, I take it there's a lot of work to do between now and then.
Absolutely, it's a huge challenge.
Yeah, well, we'll look forward to seeing you in action in October, and congratulations for your both runs today. Really impressive.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So the two disciplines completed. Do you think we'll see major adjustments, or is it just too little time between now and October for the teams to make any changes?
Yeah, I think looking at the tasks, 4 of the 10 tasks we already saw today. So I think the two teams actually got those two covered quite nicely. As for mobility enhanced, they also did the doorstep during the last challenges. So for them, they're practically halfway there. The stair task is already familiar from the last CYBATHLON Challenges. So I think they will once again have very good chances.
They are going to be difficult to beat. There's absolutely no doubt about that. Maximum points, 40 points, and a rapid time, 2 minutes 40 their time. They were allowed 6 minutes. It only took 2:40 to get through. So congratulations to Mobility Enhanced. And I must say, Oeku, fantastic. If they can get through the rough terrain, they are going to give Mobility Enhanced a run for their money.
What CYBATHLON demonstrates is there are no boundaries. When you watch this event, you start to believe that is possible.
Mein Name ist Michel Fornasier und für mich hat die Zukunft längst begonnen. Mir ist es wichtig, dass Technik der Menschheit dient, sie unterstützt, ihnen Hand bietet und den Alltag so erleichtert. Fortschritt ist Lebensqualität, welche man mit gutem Gewissen auch nutzen darf. In dieser Hinsicht ist EKZ für mich ein verlässlicher Partner, denn sie bieten Lösungen, die mich begeistern.
Willkommen zu Hause, Michel.
EKZ bietet ökologische und zukunftsfähige Lösungen für Ihr Zuhause. Wir begleiten Sie in Ihre Energiezukunft. EKZ.
Eigentlich war es ganz ein normaler Tag.
Bis ich mit extrem viel Schwung
die schwarze Piste runtergefahren bin.
Ja, einfach Kontrolle verloren.
Dann hat es getatscht und mich herum ist alles schwarz geworden.
Es kann jeden treffen. Wir helfen Querschnittgelähmten zurück ins Leben. Im Ernstfall auch Ihnen. Jetzt Mitglied werden.
Well, welcome back to CYBATHLON. The first two disciplines completed, the arm prosthesis race and of course the wheelchair race, and now we move on to FES, which is functional electrical stimulation, which is something that you may well have come across in when you've been treated for physiotherapy or whatever. It's about getting the muscles to contract by using electrical currents. My expert is Yong, next door to me, who's the head of this discipline. And this is all about activating the leg muscles to enable the pilot to propel a bicycle.
Yes, that's correct. So all these pilots are paraplegic, so they are paralyzed of the low extremity, so they can't move their legs. So they require this electrical stimulus to contract their muscles and start pedaling and then start riding from there.
Well, before we meet the teams, let's have a look and see what the event is all about.
The next CYBATHLON Challenge discipline today, the Functional Electrical Stimulation Bike Race. Cycling despite complete paraplegia. Functional electrical stimulation makes it possible. By placing electrodes on the skin, currents are applied to the muscles, making them contract. The paralyzed legs start pedaling. Pilots cover a virtual 2,000-meter course.
The pilot is using a throttle, is kind of a throttle that can be used in the motorbikes, but instead of to increase the engine performance, they are increasing the intensity of these electrical muscles. So if you send electrical signals with high intensity, they will get tired and they cannot finish it. So the pilots, they have to have a strategy to play with these electrical signals.
Whenever completing a 200-meter lap, pilots score 10 points. Whoever crosses the 2,000 meters first or completes the longest distance within 8 minutes wins the race.
So that just about explains what they've got to do, and you could see the pads that were used to carry the electrical current through to the muscles to activate them and cause the contractions. And you also, Jon, got an idea of if you crank up the electricity too much, all it does is cramp the muscle and you go nowhere.
Yeah, exactly. So, and the highest electrical current you get, the higher contraction you get as well. So therefore, you get tired quickly, which you want to avoid.
Yeah, and fatigue is a major issue. Two teams involved in this one today. We've got Saba Samosa from Hungary. They're based in Budapest. And their task, 2,000 meters in 8 minutes. Just have a look where the teams are from in this event. And the two we have this morning from Amsterdam and Budapest. And in the afternoon session, we will have Polomi from Milano. And we also have EMA, who are based in Brasilia, in Brazil, of course. So here is the virtual track. You can see the timer on it, 8 minutes to complete the 2,000 meters. Now that comes out at about 15 kilometers an hour. And anyone who's been on a treadmill will know that 15 kilometers an hour is quite a pace. Well, maybe not for a racing bike on tarmac surface, but it's a respectable pace and a decent test.
Yeah, it's actually for a normal average fitness person, it takes about 2 minutes. Between 2 to 3 minutes to finish a 1 kilometer bike. So for them to finish 2 kilometers in under 8 minutes is actually pose great challenge.
And are the ergometers or the bikes that they're using, the tricycles really, are they standardized?
So the teams have the freedom to have their own or develop their own bikes or trikes, or they could use their commercially available products. And these two teams are actually using same trikes.
Well, this is Hunfes in Budapest in Hungary. Joseph Lashko is the team leader. Our pilot Saba Samosa, who had a bike crash, 10 years ago now, and then started FES training in 2019. Well, let's get to meet the teams. And
my name is Peter. I'm 33 years old. I got my spinal cord injury in 2020, and ever since I sat down in the Berkel bike for the first time with electrostimulation, it felt very good. The first time using FES was really weird. When you can't move your legs and then you see them going for the first time, it was quite astonishing. Participating in the CYBATHLON is, of course, an even better motivation to train, so I'm very motivated to win the competition.
Üdvözlök mindenkit! 2012. júniusában sérültem, ez azért 11 éve. Hát nem tudom, hogy mennyire látszik a videón, gyakorlatilag fontosnak tartom, hogy ne csak a felső test legyen karba tartva, hanem a lábak is megfelelő módon a körülményekhez képest edzésbe legyenek. Ez rendkívülien befolyásolja a vérkeringést is. Hasonló helyzetben lévő embereknél meg szoktam figyelni, hogy
well, that is fascinating. And Young, one of the issues with being paralyzed from the legs down is you obviously don't use the muscles, and when you don't use the muscles, 100 meters completed, and they've got 2,000 meters to go, so maximum of 100 points. And Samosi just going through his warm-up. We're watching the trike of Pulse Racing. And interesting to see Samosi, his tricycle can be powered by the legs only, the arms only, or, as you can see there, a combination of both.
So at the moment for the Humfest, they're actually using arms to start initiating pedaling, but after, let's say, after 10 seconds later, when they start racing, they only use the legs to cycle the trike. And now you can see that he stopped.
There you go, yeah.
Yeah. It's actually quite incredible how fast the Pulse race cycling at the moment. I think they're already halfway through.
Yeah, the cadence is slow, but there's a high amount of power going through those legs of Peter van Berk, who was, he's a fanatical cyclist anyway, and he's the sort of character that is going to push the advancement of this FES development. And just waiting for the Hungarian team to start.
Yeah.
Here we go.
I have one more question, because
so yeah, they've already lapped one.
Live streaming anymore, but I don't know.
They've got 2 more laps to go.
Well, looking fairly smooth at the moment. I guess when things go wrong and when they push it too hard, you just see the leg action stops instantly, and we've all had cramp in our feet or our hands, but when you have it in your quads, it's a very different matter.
Nasty.
And they're such a powerful muscle group that it's very difficult to cope with, and very difficult to shake it off.
I mean, it's quite phenomenal that Peter looks quite relaxed as well. He doesn't seem like he's putting so much effort into it at the moment. And in a way, that's a good sign, because, to cycle it for 8 minutes, you don't want to be sprinting all the way through, which he isn't.
It would be interesting to have a sort of sprint race over 200 meters, just to see how they change it. Yeah. And Peter van Berk of Pulse Racing, 2:44 on the clock. Remember, he's got 8 minutes. He's absolutely storming this one. I'm not sure it's going to come down to the time. 40 points on there, so he's completed the 800 meters so far.
Yeah, okay, we'll do that.
10 points for each 200 meters completed.
Yeah, you can see the electrodes and wires are all attached to the big muscles, so like glutes, hamstrings, and quadriceps.
And would there be an option of putting it onto the gastroc and the soleus, the calf muscles?
I think it's still early phase, right? Because stimulating the small muscles are more challenging, and that's why they put the cycling bit, let's say, to maintain that calf position and to maintain that pushing force onto the pedal.
Yeah.
And they're just literally just focusing on the power contraction from the big muscles.
So Peter van Berk is through the halfway stage. You can tell that by the fact that he's picked up the 50 points and he's still less than halfway in terms of time. He went through the halfway at about 3:30, so we're on schedule for a 7-minute run, which is very impressive from him, and I think Pulse Racing will be happy with that. We seem to have a slight issue with the Hungarian team. Saba Samosi, is he putting out enough power just to generate? Let's see how he's getting on. He's not completed the first lap yet. He's got 3 minutes 10 on the clock, so we have a little bit of an issue there. And I
think these teams are just incredible as well, because it's not only the pilot needs to be constantly come to the center, clinic center, to have that training session 3 times a week or 2 times a week. And as normal average people don't go to the gym like twice a week, so they have more.
Twice a year.
Twice a year, that's a big number as well.
But but it's no different for Peter. The older you get, the harder it is to maintain muscle and to build muscle, and you don't convert the protein into muscle as you do. You just look at it as a kid, and you put on the muscle mass, and you can see from his legs that you would not differentiate between him and any able-bodied person. Now we've still got an issue, Yong, with Saba, who I don't think is pushing out enough power to actually activate the computer reading.
Yes, I mean, because all these virtual machines at the moment are only accustomed for able-bodied cyclists, so where your normal average output would be, we see some slight technical issue. That's the stimulator box, so this is where the electrical signal has been sent from.
It was going so well, 70 points out of a maximum 100. He's just crawled over the where is he? He's at 1,600 meters completed. He's got another 400 meters to go, and he restarts it by the use of the arms as well.
Yep.
And the champions from 2020 will be a little bit relieved that they're back underway. 6:13 on the clock at the moment, so they've got just under 2 minutes to complete this run. There is only one attempt at this race, simply because the fatigue levels are so high that it wouldn't be fair to ask them to do it twice. But he looks happy enough with that. But I think that is a smile of relief.
Yeah, I think he's really happy to finish the race if he can within time. And it's actually more challenging to initiate the cycle, starting the movement in the first place, because you require high power output, and maintaining that is a slightly easier task compared to.
Absolutely. Well, the competition isn't actually coming from the Hungarian team, who've got real problems at the moment, which is a real shame. But we do have 2 more teams in this category this afternoon, so it's important that Peter van Berk keeps the pressure on. 7:12, and he's through the marker. He's completed the 2,000 meters. 7:14. Yong, is that going to be quick enough to take the win?
I think so. Yeah, I think that's just really impressive, I have to say. As I say, just normal average fit person would require about 3 minutes to finish one kilometre. So
yeah, I think the thing to do is to look at the faces of the rest of the team members. They look absolutely delighted with that. And Pulse Racing team, I think, will be pretty happy. It's a group of students from mechanical and electrical engineering, and of course the marketeers are in there as well to sell the idea and raise the funds to develop the technology. And
you can clearly see the Peters are huffing and puffing. So
Well, this is Saba Samosi on his early stages. He looked very good in the warm-up, but you know, the power levels just dropping down dramatically and unable to register any distance at all. So it's not gone right for the Hungarian team at the moment. As for Peter van Berk, I think he'll be delighted. We hopefully will get a chat to him in the very near future, find out about the run. Yep. So a decent time, just over the 7-minute mark. And the man from West Frisia should be with us very shortly. There he is. Peter, well done. Congratulations. How was that?
Well, thank you. Quite eventful, I guess. Like you get 8 minutes for the battery to keep running, but it didn't. Still managed to finish, so quite good, I think.
And so you're saying that the battery on the electrical controller just ran out, or you forgot to change it this morning?
I forgot to change. No, well, not this morning, but I did an extensive warm up, and then got to change it in between the warm up and the actual race. So it's a bit stupid, but well, we're humans, I guess. Any other comments about your performance? I mean, the pace looks steady. The time was good, just over the 7-minute mark. How's that going to contend with the other teams this afternoon? Yeah, well, I'm quite curious. Let's see if they can beat it. I'm quite happy with the battery falling out. So we'll see.
You don't fancy a second run?
Of course, I like a third and a fourth. I can keep going forever, you know.
Good man, good man. Well done, really impressive, and we'll look forward to seeing how you get on later on.
Okay, thank you.
Saba, hello, can you hear us?
Yes.
Good. Can you give us some feedback on how that performance went?
I think it went very well. So it was more than 8 minutes, and I think it is very promising for preparation for the October meeting. But I don't know how the other group members think about it, or may ask Csaba how he feels.
Yeah. Any other feedback on the run?
Well, from our side it went quite smoothly, but well, technically I don't know how was the connection because we didn't see the avatar moving. But I hope you were able to measure everything.
Yeah, I don't know whether it was a technical issue, but we weren't registering the distance that you were covering, so we were unaware of how far you got.
You were or you were not?
We were not. So,
I don't know why.
Yeah, well, I hope you're going to be competing in October, and we wish you well on that occasion. But well done for today, and thanks very much.
Thanks very much. But I mean, so you were not able to measure the distance or the time or anything?
Well, we'll have to have a word with the technicians, but we weren't getting a readout on our screen, so we'll have to find out exactly what the performance was.
Because I think it went very well, much better than yesterday, and it was a good performance. So I would be very, very sad if this result wouldn't be seen by us. So I really would like to ask you to get as much result of it as is possible.
We'll do our best, and we'll keep our fingers crossed. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
So obviously a little bit of an issue there, Yong. That you know, they look bitterly disappointed with that, but maybe we'll get some more information on the performance of the Hungarians.
Of course.
Well, that is the end of the FES competition. We have a lot coming up this afternoon, the BCI event as well. We will see the visually impaired pilots in action, and of course the rest of the arm prosthesis race as well. So lots to look forward to, and we'll take a quick commercial break before then.
Eigentlich haben ich und mein Freund so ein gutes Gefühl an diesem Tag.
Ich bin einfach die Passstrasse darauf gefahren.
Auf einmal ist ihm der TÜV in einer Kurve weggerutscht.
Die Sonne hat mich geblendet und plötzlich liegt sie vor mir.
Und dann hat es meinen Rücken voll verwünscht.
Es kann jeden treffen. Wir helfen Querschnittgelähmten zurück ins Leben. Im Ernstfall auch Ihnen. Jetzt Mitglied werden.
Mein Name ist Michel Fornasier und für mich hat die Zukunft längst begonnen. Mir ist es wichtig, dass Technik der Menschheit dient, sie unterstützt, ihnen Hand bietet und den Alltag so erleichtert. Fortschritt ist Lebensqualität, welche man mit gutem Gewissen auch nutzen darf. In dieser Hinsicht ist EKZ für mich ein verlässlicher Partner, denn sie bieten Lösungen, die mich begeistern.
Willkommen zu Hause, Michel. EKZ bietet ökologische und zukunftsfähige Lösungen für Ihr Zuhause. Wir begleiten Sie in Ihre Energiezukunft. EKZ.
CYBATHLON 2024, a once-in-a-lifetime experience, an international competition with and for people with disabilities and their teams. Are you working on developing the most helpful assistive technology? Become a competitor and sign up for CYBATHLON 2024.
Welcome back to CYBATHLON. We have one more event coming up this morning. It's the visual assistance race, and Julia Amos is my advisor here, a PhD student here in Zurich, and you're the head of discipline for this particular event. And four tasks to be undertaken: the forest, the footpath, the touchscreen, the empty seat. We saw some interesting performances yesterday. I'm really looking forward to this one.
Yeah, me too. I'm very excited to see how the teams perform today and if there are any improvements compared to yesterday. And I'm sure it's going to be a very exhilarating race.
Yes, and it's a highly competitive field as well. We've got Next VPU, iRider and AI teams all competing from Shanghai. We're back in Hungary again, in Budapest, and a local team in Zurich. So lots of competition and some really, really tricky tasks to undertake. So let's have a look and find out what the event is all about.
The next CYBATHLON Challenge discipline today, the Vision Assistance Race. In the first task, pilots find themselves in a forest landscape of sorts, with objects that are located at different heights, such as branches hanging from trees. Pilots are asked to navigate through the maze of randomly positioned objects. Then they follow a footpath without touching the ground along the path. Again, the course runs in various directions. Pilots have no knowledge about the route in advance. Next, pilots are asked to order a fruit salad by pressing the corresponding icon that is randomly placed on a touch screen. They must not touch any of the other icons. And finally, pilots are required to identify empty seats, as they would be required to on a train or when visiting a theatre. Once they have found free seats, they indicate their choice by removing the corresponding small blocks. Pilots earn 10 points for each task. Whoever completes the most tasks in the fastest time wins the race. The time limit in this race is 6 minutes.
So 6 minutes again is the key amount of time permitted, and the task gaining 10 points each. So we're looking for a maximum of 40 points. I guess, Julie, here it's about completing the task much more than it is about the time. But as we've seen already today, as soon as you put a time element in, some of the teams start to rush, the mistakes get made, the tasks get failed. So is the best approach just to take it easy?
For sure, the best approach is to take it easy. I think it's also a quite big stress factor to be here live and have that many people watching you. So I think it's really about staying calm and concentrating on solving the task.
And the first task they have is the forest. It's just actually bits of wood that are placed at different heights, and generally visually impaired people they can find out exactly what's at ground level with the use of the cane. But as soon as something's up at maybe a meter or a meter and a half, that's much more difficult to detect.
Yeah, exactly. So most accidents actually happen at this chest or head level because it's not the range that the right cane can usually detect. So here we're actually challenging this and hoping that we can make some improvements in this area.
Certainly. Well, let's find out where our teams are from. Once again, this is a global event. So we've got Next VPU, who are in Shanghai. That is over 9,000 kilometers away from Zurich. iRider are based in Budapest. And then we've got AI, who are a local team, Sorbonne University, and they are competing in Zurich. So here's the pictures from the hall, and each of the teams using different devices to try and negotiate the tasks today. I guess there are as many different methods of doing this as there are teams.
Yes, correct. There are quite a lot of different methods, and we're going to see a wide range of different complexities of the devices as well today. So some teams only rely on a smartphone, while others have a whole array of different cameras.
Next VPU, based in Shanghai, an AI company with some 300 employees, 80% of whom are involved in the R&D, and masses of engineers. iRider with Peter Suliok. They won the challenge in 2023, so they are on a high, and they are the last team to have won an event. So great things expected from them. And yes, certainly worth watching out for. So Next VPU, iRider and AI, the three teams involved. Next Guide pulling out with short notice. So we're disappointed to have lost them, but hopefully we will see them competing in October, which is the big global event on a much bigger scale.
Yes, we hope so too.
Well, let's have a look at the teams and the team members. Remember, it is not just about the pilot. There are so many individuals behind each team.
The next VPU team is from Shanghai, China. The Chinese researchers focus on artificial intelligence to improve the lives of people with impairments. Next VPU has created an experimental device that uses a wearable camera to recognize the environment. The device provides feedback in the form of vibrations and audible effects, allowing the team's pilot, Dongyu Kai, to navigate different situations. Next VPU will be tackling today's challenge at their Shanghai home base. Team iRider joins us from Hungary. They've spent the last few weeks working hard to prepare for today's CYBATHLON Challenge. The team's pilot is Peter Suliok, who already competed with them in 2023. He will complete the tasks with the help of a cell phone app's camera that provides him with voice descriptions. Last year, the Hungarians won the CYBATHLON Challenge. Now they are back, determined to defend their 2023 triumph.
Bonjour! My name is Sébastien, but I like to be called just Seb. I am blind from birth and a software engineer. One of the dreams I have for many years now is to be guided by a robot. I have always been interested in being as autonomous as possible, and it is this exploring which led me to meet the team. I very much enjoyed the fact that it was creating reality test for technologies. I am also very happy to participate to this competition.
Nous sommes l'équipe AI. Woo!
So the pilots involve Dongyu, Peter and Seb. Julia, where's your money on this one? Who do you think has the sort of the device that can cope with the 4 very different tasks ahead?
I think it's very challenging to say because we actually haven't seen the pilots performing these specific tasks live yet. So there could be, like, everything could happen.
So there are 4 tasks. The forest, what's the main problem there?
I think the main issue here is that we have obstacles at very different heights and also very thin obstacles that are hard to detect. And here I think a camera that can be moved up and down to actually screen the environment is the most useful approach. But we'll see what happens.
Yep, and the footpath. Now, worth pointing out that when they take the footpath, they're not allowed to use the cane on the outside, which is what they would normally do. So it's all using other technology that gives them an idea of where the path is.
Yes, exactly. Here, the really challenging part is that they can't actually rely on their sense of touch or like the haptic feedback.
And then, of course, we go on to the touch screen, which we saw a little shot of, where they have a choice of 20 icons. Somehow they've got to find that fruit salad one, which is not easy. We saw a few teams struggling with that yesterday. And then the last exercise is the empty seat. 2 rows of seats, effectively a train sort of setup. And there are 2 seats out of the 6 that are empty, and they've got to identify them and then indicate which ones they were. So it is one of the hardest tasks that we've seen so far today. 4 tasks to be completed, 6 minutes is the time, and our pilots are just about ready. Dongju from Next VPU in Shanghai, and their feedback comes from a mixture of vibration and sound.
Yeah, that's correct. So they have some earphones where they get some sound information as a feedback, and then they also have 2 motors in their hands, which gives them some vibration feedback. So lots of different sensory feedback sources.
And this is Seb on your screens right now. His harness, all created by a group of 12 groups of students who've all been doing specific tasks. So it's been an absolutely monumental effort to tie that all together. And they have sort of sensory substitution harness, I think is what they would call it.
They do, yes. So they also have vibrating feedback underneath the shoulder pads in the harness. And then they also have some haptic feedback in this little device that you can see at the front that basically guides the pilot through the tasks.
So he's sidestepped the forest, moves on to the footpath. Now you can clearly see the footpath here, and the feedback he gets hopefully will guide him from one end to the other. Now every team knew exactly what they were going to have to do, but they didn't know the layout of the path itself. So it's not a case of memorizing 2 steps forward, 1 to the left and forward again.
Yes, correct. It's completely randomized. Otherwise, I think it would be too easy for the teams.
Yeah.
And here you can also see these little stickers on their shoes that helps the camera to detect where the pilot is standing.
And you can hear the instruction. So he's getting an oral instruction in French, luckily.
Yeah, luckily in his mother tongue. But he's doing really well on this task.
Chinese team just getting underway at the moment in Shanghai. A little bit later in the evening for them. And their pilot, Dongju Kai, going straight for the through the forest, doing exceptionally well there.
He's going really fast.
Yeah, hasn't had any problem at all. And you can see that the different heights makes it such an awkward obstacles. They do actually have another pilot, this team, Yang Yang, who's partially sighted. But the Dongju is the main pilot and the one involved in the competition here. So he moves off, and it looks as though he's going to complete that first task to pick up his 10 points. And we're still waiting for Peter Suliok to start. Well done. Great work from Seb Hinderer. Now, this is what we saw from Peter, and you can see that he's holding a mobile device which is scanning the area in front of him.
Yeah, so he's doing a great job at really scanning the whole environment and trying to understand where the obstacles are. Oh, he's getting really close to this one.
Well, the slightest touch, and the task is failed. It does seem a little bit harsh, and I think Peter will be really disappointed with that.
So moving on to the touch screen.
Now this is the touch screen, and he's looking for the fruit salad. So let's see if we can listen in to hear the instructions he gets.
So here one challenge is to actually identify the fruit salad, but the much bigger challenge is to guide the pilot to the correct button.
He'll be frustrated. I think he was one above the square that he actually needed.
So close.
Did Zhongyu correct in time? Is it going to be the red or the green flag? Well, has he been given the red for that? Well, the score would suggest that he's been given 2 lots of 10 points.
So he succeeded in completing the task.
Yeah, so he's on to the touch screen now. Peter Suliok, remember, won the challenge in 2023. His mobile app called Let's See, appropriately.
Yes. Let's See is actually freely accessible all over the world, which I think is such a great idea, because Peter is actively involved in making technology more accessible for everybody and raising awareness.
Wrong. Okay, go.
So 2 out of 2 failed on the... Now, Peter had all sorts of problems here yesterday. You can hear the Let's See app giving him a readout.
So he's also getting instruction on where the fruit salad is. It's actually very challenging to find it between all these tiny icons.
And part of the problem, I imagine here, Julia, is that the finger is in the way of a lot of the icons. And so how does his mobile phone read that actual icon?
Yeah, it's super challenging. I'm actually also super impressed by how well he solved his task now, but it's insanely challenging to achieve that.
20 points for Dongyu so far, and he passes the empty chair. Yesterday there were only 2. Today there were 3 empty chairs, so he's succeeded really well. 2 supposed passengers here, and 1 bag. So they've got to identify that, and the 2 chairs with bags on.
So here's again scanning the environment to identify where the empty chair is. And getting audio feedback.
Yeah, quite tricky that the empty seats are actually at the back.
I can see the team in the background hoping for the best outcome. You can really feel the tension as well.
Well, time is becoming an issue here for Peter Suliok. Only 1 task completed so far. He was a little bit unlucky through the forest section. And then once he scanned it, he then has to
I think now he's scanning again from the back, looks like. Okay. Oh.
So he's identified one seat as spare, and that is very, very good work. Really impressive. And the smiles on the faces of his team say it all. It wasn't quick. It wasn't quick, and huge amount of tension there, but total focus from Peter Suliak. And he nails that last task to put his score up to 20.
I got him in his shoe. Yeah, I get.
Dongyu Kai, who was the pilot for the next VPU team, Seb just sidestepping the initial task, the forest, but he did well on the footpath.
He did really well on the footpath. He was very, very fast on the footpath. I think the first task was probably very challenging to compete because the device is also quite bulky and quite large. And they have the camera in a fixed position, so they would have to like move up and down the whole body to actually scan the environment.
Yeah, and both Seb and Dongzhu pressing the wrong button on the touchscreen task. And this is where Peter Suliak just a little bit unlucky, just the faintest touch.
Yeah, he actually just touched the bottom of the object, so that was very unlucky.
But I think one thing that sticks out is the concentration involved to get through a single task. But that was fantastic, especially on the empty seat. It took a lot of time, but he got it absolutely right. So hopefully we will be able to have a chat with Peter, who was the pilot for the iRider team. There he is. Peter, congratulations. How was that?
It was interesting as always.
The forest, you were a little bit unlucky on the first task, just the faintest of touches, and then the red flag went up. No problem on the footpath. What sort of feedback were you getting on the touch screen task?
Elmondja azt, hogy mi van az ujjam fölött. Ezt nyugodtan mondhatod, hogy arról kapok visszajelzést.
The phone always announces what can be read right above the finger.
So it's quite easy to have your finger in the wrong place and obstructing the view of the app.
It's not that easy, but you can always move your finger to know what to see.
Absolutely. Where do you think you can improve on your second attempt?
Mit gondolsz, hol tudnál javulni a második futamon?
Nehéz kérdés. Jó, szerintem sehol. Most így hirtelen. Jobb szerencsém van a Forestnél, mert ott azért a szerencsé alapul.
Yeah, very difficult question, but he says probably at no places. Maybe with better luck for the forest run.
Well, thanks very much. We were very impressed, particularly on the last task, and we wish you well for your second run.
Thank you.
So straight on to the Chinese team, Dongyu Kai. How can you tell us about that first run and how happy are you?
Very happy. Yeah.
And you missed the forest task, the first task. Any particular reason?
他问你有没有这个去那个第一个 task 为什么过了，有没有什么经验？就是小心慢走，然后精神集中、注意力集中就可以了。然后要走的一定要慢一些，然后要听指令。 Okay, sir. If I didn't get you wrong, he says he hit the key point of the task 1 in the forest. He says the key point is walking very slowly and turn around very cautiously. So yeah, that's his answer.
Yeah, well, we look forward to seeing your second run, and how much better do you think you can get?
你觉得你会不会觉得之后搞得更好？肯定会，一定会越来越好。Okay. He says he's very confident about the next round.
Good. Well, we'll look forward to seeing it. Thanks very much, and good luck.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Well, let's have a chat with Seb Hinderer, who was competing for AI. Seb, an interesting contraption. Can you explain how it works a little bit to us?
Yes, I am not the most suitable person to explain, but basically we use plenty of captors. So there is this one which is a haptic. So this one tells me where I need to go by putting an effort on my hand. Then we use also cameras, and so I have the cameras have the input to see where I am and what it was happening, and to provide information to me, I have this haptic captor, and I have the text to speech, which you might have heard.
And which of the 4 tasks was the most difficult?
So I think they are differently difficult. First path, I am more trained, but it requires a lot of concentration. Forest we cannot do because the bars are too thin for the system, so it cannot detect them. The touch screen, it's tricky because I need to do stuff with my hands which are difficult. And empty seat is a less developed one, so it's the most random, actually, where I am a little bit left on my own. You may have noticed that I started to use my stick at the end of the challenge, and this is because these are less prepared.
Okay, well, thanks very much, Seb. We wish you luck for your second run, and very impressed with what you've done so far.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, Julia, what did you make of all that? That is not easy. I think that's probably the hardest discipline we've seen so far today.
I agree, yes. It's very challenging, and I think it really demonstrates how much concentration they need to solve a task, which is so impressive. But I'm really excited on how well they actually did. I was expecting less.
Yeah, it was, and I think we'll see even better this afternoon. Well, let's have a look at the results of the Vision Assistance race. Next, VPU with 30 points. iRider matched them with 30, and Sebastian Hinderer, who we saw just couldn't pick up the sticks in the forest, so he missed that, ending up with 20 points. So it's very tight in the Vision Assisted race. Well, thanks very much. Thanks to you, Julia. We'll see you a bit later on for the second run. We'll take a quick break now, and we'll be back with the more of the action from CYBATHLON.
I think what CYBATHLON demonstrates is there are no boundaries. When you watch this event, you start to believe that is possible.
Mein Name ist Michel Fornasier und für mich hat die Zukunft längst begonnen. Mir ist es wichtig, dass Technik der Menschheit dient, sie unterstützt, ihnen Hand bietet und den Alltag so erleichtert. Fortschritt ist Lebensqualität, welche man mit gutem Gewissen auch nutzen darf. In dieser Hinsicht ist EKZ für mich ein verlässlicher Partner, denn sie bieten Lösungen, die mich begeistern.
Willkommen zu Hause, Michel. EKZ bietet ökologische und zukunftsfähige Lösungen für Ihr Zuhause. Wir begleiten Sie in Ihre Energiezukunft. EKZ.
Eigentlich haben ich und mein Freund so ein gutes Gefühl an diesem Tag.
Ich bin einfach die Passstrasse darauf gefahren.
Auf einmal ist ihm der TÜV in einer Kurve weggerutscht.
Die Sonne hat mich geblendet und plötzlich liegt sie vor mir.
Und dann hat es meinen Rücken voll verwünscht.
Es kann jeden treffen. Wir helfen Querschnittgelähmten zurück ins Leben. Im Ernstfall auch Ihnen. Jetzt Mitglied werden.
Well, welcome back to CYBATHLON. Delighted to have been joined by Annie Kern, who's the co-head of CYBATHLON. You've been involved since 2016. It is a fantastically ambitious project. I'm so impressed with what I've seen so far. How is it going on your front? How's it been going this week?
Oh, it's going very well today. I think we had a rehearsal yesterday, so we tested all the things because it's quite a complex competition and a complex setup. So, but I think it's going very well.
I certainly agree with that. Now, the first thing that strikes me is all big events you tend to go to, everything's happening in one place. You've got hubs all over the world, Brazil, China, Japan, Ireland, they're everywhere. Why have you opted for that?
So it was, yeah. So we came up with that concept because of the pandemic in 2020. So our second edition of the CYBATHLON was scheduled in May 2020, and we had to postpone the event or cancel the event or come up with another concept. So we decided on this multi-hub concept, and ever since we are doing that because we realized also it's more inclusive, more sustainable, and it makes it easier for pilots and teams to compete at their hometown, and they are all free to come here to Zurich, but yeah, it makes it easier for them.
And that will be the case in October?
Yes, in October we will have the big event here in the Schlurfweg in Zurich, the Zurich hub, and then all over the world we have different hubs or teams competing at home as well.
So we've got 19 teams here. In October, I know you've got over 100 teams. It's massive. It's massive. So what have you got to do between now and then? And have you got time?
Yes, we have. So that's also part of the challenges, because not only the teams can test their devices in the competitions or in the races, we can also test the whole setup, our result system, how we communicate with the hubs, how everything comes together, that we have this nice CYBATHLON competitions. That's what we test today as well.
And just for our viewers, when is it? October, at the end of October?
25th until the 27th of October. You can either watch on cybathlon.com like today, or you can buy tickets and join us in the Schlurfweg Arena in Kloten.
And what is your biggest problem? What's your biggest sort of challenge between now and then? Is it getting the technology so it works perfectly well, or are there other things that we don't see?
Yeah, there are many different things. So it's I think we are on a very good way organization-wise. So we have tested in 2022 and 2023 and now. So this should be all done by now, but I think every event or competition has its own challenges. So
absolutely.
Making the whole stadium accessible, we have to build a wheelchair stand for people that are in the wheelchair. We want to make the whole hall accessible for blind people, for people that have hearing impairments. So we have, again, come up with new concepts how we can make the event not only in the live stream accessible, but also on-site accessible.
Fantastic. And I guess the biggest challenges are the ones you don't know about yet, because they have still to come. Well, Annie, thanks very much. Really wish you well for the next couple of months in your preparation for October, and looking forward to the big event as well.
Thank you.
Many thanks. Well, let's have just a quick look at some of the action from earlier on in the visual assistance race. 4 really difficult tasks, and Julia will be back just to assess some of the performances that we saw there. The touchscreen always providing problems. Peter Suliak, brilliant going through the empty seat task. It took time, but he got it absolutely right, and the rest of his team were a nervous mess. Yeah. Watching that one.
They're very supportive. It's so cute to watch.
But it's important, isn't it, Julia? Because it's not just about the pilots. As we have a look at the results, Suliak coming out on top with 30 points, Hindra from AI with 20, and next VPU with 10 points. I think we will see an improvement from them on the second run, which is just about to get underway. Well, Peter Suliak's a very cool customer and puts a lot of faith into the mobile app that he uses. Just a reminder, we have the forest is the first issue, and Dongju was he was. I actually said to him he hadn't done it, but he was very quick through that section, and it was Seb who sidestepped the forest simply because the branches, or the lookalike branches, are much thinner than you'd actually get in a forest, and his machine can't pick them up.
Yes, correct. So they have issues to detect these very thin branches with their algorithm that they run. But we'll see how they do this time, if they're going to try it or bypass it again.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
And it looks like they're going to bypass it.
That's great.
It might have been worth a guess.
I assume they don't want to lose any time that they could use for the touchscreen or the empty chair.
Absolutely. And now he is lined up for the footpath. Now, no cane allowed on this footpath, so it's all to do with the visual feedback that he's getting through his computer. It's quite a bulky piece of kit, and I imagine over time it will get smaller and smaller and smaller until it becomes sort of commercially viable.
Yeah, I think so too. I think lots of prototypes are usually relatively bulky because they haven't been optimized for everyday use. But then as they continue with the development, it should get smaller and more practical.
Yeah. And what's the time scale usually for a device like this, from sort of the idea being born to the actual product coming out and being used by more visually impaired people?
I think it really depends on the resources that are available, but I think these teams have been working for months, if not years, on their devices, and lots of them really work closely with the pilot.
Dongju on the first task, and he was lightning quick through here earlier on, and you can see the scanners that he holds in each hand. And once again now, is he going to pick up that little obstacle down the bottom? It's going to be close. They are very, very harsh. The slightest touch and the task is deemed to be failed. There's absolutely no bias here whatsoever. So the green flag is up, 10 points on the board for next VPU, and they have a real chance of scoring well. 30 points scored first time round. Now, Peter Suliak, the forest has been changed just so they couldn't memorise. And the piece that gave him a problem was the one that's pretty much in front of him now, just slightly to his left.
Yes, we'll see how it goes this time. He's quite close again.
And it's scanning at the right height, and again he's heading straight for, oh, he might just have picked that up.
I can feel the tension in the air.
Yeah, well, that was an even slimmer touch than the first time around. So again, Peter Suliak failing on that forest task. Now we have Dongzhu going through the footpath, and he's very confident, isn't he? It's tiny little steps, but he just keeps moving. And the time is obviously an issue. 2:02 on the clock at the moment, 6 minutes the allowed time. And at this rate, next VPU are going to complete this course with plenty of time.
But he's doing really well on this task as well, and being super careful and making sure to follow the correct path.
Now, what's the rule on the feet? If the foot overlaps the edge at all, do they get disqualified?
They do get disqualified if they touch the edge. So not if they just go a little bit above it, but if they touch the red part that you can see on the side of the boxes.
Well, he's going well. Seb Hindra is a little bit ahead, having started earlier. He's again clocked the fruit salad, which so many people have found difficult on the touch screen task. So was he given the
he got a pass.
He got a pass for that, so 10 points on the board. Now, this is the touch screen, which he failed first time around. He puts the scanners on the shelf behind, and then moves his device up to get a good picture.
So he has more cameras on his hands, and I think he positions it in a way to get the best possible picture of the touch screen.
So those noises you can hear are his instructions. Oh, wow. He's close. He was close, right next door to the fruit salad. And this is a task that Peter Suliak has struggled with over the last couple of days, but he did get it earlier on today.
He seems more confident now, so we'll see how it goes.
Down, between columns. Down, between columns. Down, red. Down,
so it remains interesting, but he's getting close.
Now, this is a task that Dongzhu was successful with earlier on. Well, that is astonishing. The speed with which he achieved that, unmatched so far today. And although scoring only 20 points compared to 30 earlier on, I think they've got a lot to be very, very happy about. Peter Suliak, it's a slower process, but he was successful in this task first thing on his first run. Now, what he did before was to go behind the chairs just to double check, but this time
it looks like he identified the empty seat much faster this time, but he might. And now he's scanning from the back,
taking the two empty ones from the front, and you'll notice that the teams have different layouts. They're not the same.
It's again randomized to prevent him from errorizing the order. Peter looks confident. Let's see if he got it right.
He's got it right. He has got it right. Absolutely brilliant. Well done to him. Well done to iRider team.
And he was so much faster this time as well. Very impressive.
1:58 on the clock. That was a quick run as well from Peter Suliak. And his first attempt was the best one of all. So Peter Sulik is going to come out on top with 30 points. Next VPU, really impressive. The speed that he identified those empty seats.
Yes, the device seems to work really well, and he can scan the environment pretty well with this torch-like camera almost.
Well, it's exciting that there are so many different systems for doing it.
It's very interesting, yes.
Yeah. And Seb was definitely the quickest on the touchscreen task. And this is where Dongzhu was outstanding.
So I think it's interesting to compare such a simple application as like the smartphone device to these very complex devices and see how they perform.
Well, this is Peter Suliak again, just the slightest of touches counting him out on that first challenge, but he's had a very, very good run, scoring 30 points, and that put him into the top spot. So iRider, the winners from the last Challenger event in 2023, have done it again. Well, let's have a chat with Dongyu from his run. So how did that go, your second run?
We think we did pretty good, better than round one.
Well, we were really impressed, particularly with your navigation through the forest, and then the speed of which you assessed the empty seats at the end.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much, sir.
So we're just seeing some pictures of you going through the forest. It was just sort of steady progression, nothing rushed. And then along the footpath was another clean obstacle. What about the fruit salad, the touchscreen task?
Yeah, we just missed a little bit of the fruits, the salad fruit. So
yeah. I think there is a software bug in our system. Because we, before the match start, our system has run in idle, so there's something wrong.
And what do you think you can improve before October? Because it looks as though you're going to be one of the main competitors.
Absolutely, sir.
What will you be working on between now and then?
We think we will improve the accuracy of our algorithm and keep practicing and maybe find a better solution for that.
Well, congratulations. Well done. We look forward to seeing you in October, and thanks very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Have a great day.
And you.
Thank you.
Well, let's have a chat to Peter Suliak, who is the winner of the event here in Zurich. Peter, excellent run. Again, a little bit unlucky in the forest, just the slightest of touches.
Kicsit szerencsétlen tényleg.
Így van. Éppen csak hozzáért.
Igen. Yes, he agrees.
And in terms of the tasks, which one did you find the hardest?
Melyik volt a legnehezebb? The forest, definitely.
And is there anything you can do to improve on that?
Well, we probably have to figure out more reliable technology for him, because the way he needs to navigate is extremely challenging at the moment. So it was not his fault.
And you ever going to give anyone else a chance to win?
Of course, we would love to see others. I mean, this is for the service of the community, so we are very grateful for the organizers.
Yeah, well done. Really impressive. We'll look forward to seeing you in action in October.
Thank you.
So that completes the visual assistance race. Julia, really exciting, lots of improvement over the 24 hours that we've been following it, but also so much room for improvement. So quite an exciting area to be in.
Absolutely, yes. I'm really excited to see how the teams perform in October, in which areas they improve, how they perform on the tasks that they failed this time. So it's for sure going to be very exciting.
Well, thanks for your company and thanks for your insight today. Let's have a look at the results from that visual assistance race, the last one this morning. There we go. Peter Suliak scoring 30 points. His first run was the winning run. Dongzhu Kai, so close, really, really competitive. I expect they will be in the running come October. And then Sebastian Hindra down in third place, but a little bit unfortunate with a couple of the tasks. So great all the way round. We have much more coming up this afternoon. The BCI event, we've got more of those in the wheelchair race. We've got, of course, the arm prosthesis, the second runners in that, and the FES. So plenty to look forward to, and we start at 4 o'clock this afternoon.
The CYBATHLON Challenges. These disciplines are still to come. The Assistance Robot Race. Get ready for some stunning human-robot interaction. Pilots control their devices with their mind in the brain-computer interface race. Watch the competitions live on CYBATHLON.com as the second group of the ARM and FES race gets underway at 4 p.m. Central European Time. Don't miss out on these incredible pilots, fascinating performances, and some exciting moments.
Tasks indeed. We start with the DIY, which is a light bulb fitting and a hammer and a nail that have to be hammered in, taken out. Adrian, impressive performances this morning in particular, but no one really managed to complete all 4 tasks.
Yeah, and we also saw this morning some of the most difficult points being the laundry task. So handling the clothing, being able to get the prosthesis through the clothing. In the DIY task, it was difficult to screw in the light bulb and hold and manipulate the hammer while banging the nail. So we'll see how the next 2 teams deal with these challenging tasks.
We certainly will. Well, let's cast our mind back to this morning. Beinecke Hand and CYBATH were the 2 teams competing, and both were impressive. Here's some shots of how they got on.
In this morning's arm prosthetic competition, the Chinese team CYBATH faced off against the French team Bionico Hand. CYBATH's pilot Min Shu controls her hand prosthesis with slight movements of her left shoulder. After skipping the do-it-yourself assignment, the Chinese team breezes through the 3 remaining tasks, finishing in 3 minutes and 30 seconds overall. The team manager clarifies why the team skipped the first task.
For the rotate the bulb, maybe for our current version, we can't handle it very well, so we decide to skip that.
Nicolas Huchet, in the French colours, struggles in his first attempt. Especially time-consuming is putting on the sweater. That's why he changes tactics during his second attempt, skipping the laundry challenge. He explains us why.
Because it's more difficult to do. The hand doesn't have enough grasp force. It's not precise enough, so it takes too much time.
Nicolas is able to complete 3 out of 4 tasks, and finally his tactic to skip the laundry challenge pays off. With his open source hand prosthesis, Nicolas scores the fastest time. The French team is leading the disciplines table after the morning session. The question now is whether anyone will be able to complete all 4 tasks to score 40 points and beat Team Bionico Hand.
So, some nice pictures from this morning's race, and Nicolas Huchet, tactical move from him to abandon the sort of the laundry room, as it was called, and producing a time of 2 minutes 10, 30 points scored, 4 disciplines, remember, 10 points for each one completed. So if a team gets through all 4 tasks, and provided they do that in under 6 minutes, then they will go ahead of Bionico Hand. I get a feeling you think that might be possible this afternoon.
I think it might be possible, but 2 minutes 10 seconds is a quick time. There is no room for mistakes here.
And they're not very lenient. 1 slight mistake, if you knock a cup over, you lose that task. And so it's very, very important that they take time just to ensure that. This is Christophe Huchet and his opponent, Philippe Balushka, who's come in at the last moment instead of Salvatore De Chillis, who's actually here. So lots of pressure on Philippe. And the 2 teams starting a minute apart, which allows us to track their progress. Here's the map of where the teams come from. Smart Arm from Sorbonne, and the Italian team in Spoleto, which is right down the bottom east-hand side, right in the heel of Italy. So there you see the first task table, and to make life difficult, the actual socket for the light bulb is in the cupboard. Really does make access very difficult indeed. Well, let's have a close look at the teams, because it's not just about the pilot. There's a massive team behind each of these pilots, and let's have a look and meet some of them.
The Sorbonne research team specializes in arm prostheses for transhumeral, above the elbow amputees. This is Christophe Huchet, their pilot.
Bonjour, je suis Christophe, je suis le pilote de l'équipe Smart Arm.
Christophe Huchet is a former professional swimmer and he was born with an agenesis of the right arm, including the elbow. He participated in the 2020 CYBATHLON. In 2022, they won the CYBATHLON Challenge, and in 2023, they took 4th place. SAM is an arm prosthesis dedicated to the complex needs of transhumeral above-elbow amputees. People requiring an above-elbow prosthesis are dealing with the control of the hand and the complex control of at least 2 active joints. Giovanni Sapatore is the founder and CEO of Bion IT Labs, a medical technology business from Italy.
The goal of the Adamsen is to bridge the gap between digital and polyarticulated devices. That's why Adamsen is the first of its kind.
The Italian team changed pilots at the last minute, with Philippe Balushke now racing for Bion IT Labs instead of Salvatore Silis, who placed 3rd at last year's challenge. Despite the little preparation time, Philip and his crew appear to be ready for today's tasks.
So your 2 teams in this competition, Smart Arm from France in Paris, and then Bion IT from down the southeast of Italy. This is likely to be highly competitive, and Christophe Houchet ready to go. He's under starter's orders, and so important not to make a mistake. But remember, they get 2 runs. Well, he's gone straight past the DIY section, so a maximum score now of 30 points. And if he can do that, and he can do it under 2 minutes 10, he'll go ahead of this morning's best. This is a tricky section that he struggled with a bit yesterday.
Christophe's committing to speed for the next 3 tasks, and this is a really difficult part of the laundry task, manipulating that peg, grasping it, being able to squeeze it, and still get it on top to the shirt.
Yeah, and as we heard, he's specialising in transhumeral amputees, which means that the amputation is above the elbow, so the prosthesis has to deal with 2 missing joints rather than 1.
Yes, Christophe actually has a much more difficult challenge in controlling his prosthesis with the myoelectric contraction.
Now, this is where he had problems yesterday, because every time he grasped the clip, it sprung out of his fingers, but he's done a good job. I wonder whether they've made... Oh, so close. So close. I think that close peg actually snapped on him, which is a little bit unfortunate. Now, we see the second team underway, Bion IT.
Oh, interesting strategy here. He's very close.
Yeah, with the surface of the hand, he actually gets quite good traction just by touching the light bulb. Once it's on, the task is deemed to have passed. So,
and part of that has to do with the skin on the hand of the prosthesis, giving him some more grip there.
Not your classic way of using a hammer, but you do not need to be as accurate, which is all important. Just takes a couple of extra bashes. Then, having put the nail in, he's got to take it out again. So Christophe onto the section that gave Bionico hand a bit of an issue this morning.
This
very delicate movement.
This zipper is a very, very difficult object to manipulate. It's so small and delicate.
And I think we should give credit to CYBATH this morning, who made this look so easy.
1 minute 10.
So 1 minute 10 on the clock, and the fastest time this morning, remember, was 2 minutes 10.
But Philip has passed the DIY task.
He's passed the DIY. If he gets through the laundry, then he just has 2 tasks to complete after that. Balushka is looking very good at the moment. Now, this is the tricky bit where he's got to do the zip up again.
1 minute 30. Easy.
He seems to have a pretty good grip on the zipper. Let's see if he can hold it closed.
Okay.
So Christophe Houchet just marginally ahead. But do remember, he started a minute ahead. Christoph yet to score any points because he went straight past the DIY. That's 3 minutes gone. And remember, it's a 6-minute allowance. Now he has to put this on the clothes hanger, and then, just to make life worse, he's got to do the zip up again.
From the front.
Yeah, this is quite tricky because you don't have the body to push the zip against.
And it's reversed.
Absolutely. This is where you want an American zip rather than a European one.
He's got it.
Good work.
Really
good
well
work.
done.
Really good work.
I would say that's...
He's not only is he focused, but he's looking very, very cool now. This is the tricky bit. Let's see how he can cope. He's got really good friction between the hand and any objects.
That rubberized skin is really helping him hold on to the clip.
So clever work. And a very different technique there to take the peg out, clip it onto the box, to put it into the optimal position. There's been a bit of training going on there. So Christoph is up to the final task. He's just trying to get the hand to... Just explain, Adrian, how's he activating the fingers?
So he's activating the hand with myoelectric contraction. So he has to squeeze the muscles in the stump, and he has to do that in different ways so that the controller can recognize and differentiate if the hand should close or the elbow should flex or the wrist should rotate. And I think we can see here he's having a little bit of trouble.
Now, if you have a look down the bottom right-hand corner, you can see that Balushka has scored 30 points already from the 3 disciplines. So if he can complete this one without knocking over a cup, as soon as a cup lands on its side, then it's deemed a failure. This is very tricky indeed. He's got a little bit of time. 4 minutes 12 on the clock at the moment.
Okay. He's got 2 minutes and 45 seconds. If he can get this task, he'll take the lead. There is no room for error.
Yeah, and the fact that this morning no team scored higher than 30 means that he is much better taking every second he's got. Just take it easy. He's put the pyramid dangerously close to the edge of the table, which doesn't give him a lot of room for error. So final cup to the top, but then the catch
he still has to disassemble.
He's got to take it all down together, stack the cups, and this is where some of the teams have come unstuck in the last couple of days. Good work. Just look how nervous the rest of his team sitting on the edge of their seats. That's a great tactic.
Turn it upside down.
Crack it down, make it nice and firm.
Let's go.
Task complete. 40 points scored. We have our winner from the arm prosthesis race at the moment. Of course, they get a second run a little bit later on.
We get a victory dance as well.
Yeah, he must have kids if he's been taught that particular dance. So great work, and really very impressed, and congratulated there by the other pilot, Salvatore De Chillis. Christoph rather still out on the course. Absolutely brilliant swimmer. He actually likes to compete in able-bodied swimming events, and he got the rules changed because he was always being disqualified for the fact that he couldn't touch the end with both arms or with both hands. So he had the rules changed and produced some really impressive results over his career. Well, this is a quick look at the Italian team, Bion IT, who just whistled through those issues. And the laundry room is where most people are getting held up, and that's where Bion IT were absolutely sensational.
I want to say we have the 2 more difficult tasks at the beginning, but then once you get to the end and everything's on the line and you're trying to stack those cups, the nerves get to you. And I'm curious how he felt.
Yeah. Well, that is not a bad performance for a replacement, and a last-minute replacement as well. And really, really good work. Here he is, and no wonder you've got a big smile on your face, Philip. That was fantastic. How was it for you?
Thanks, mate. It was a nice race. It's a nice track, actually. It's a totally The tasks are for a lot of daily work stuff. So it was a great challenge, and even doing with this hand. So she's able to do a lot of tasks, daily tasks. It was nice.
What's the surface of your hand made of? Because you seem to have really good friction between the hand and any object you touched.
Yeah, it's just basic silicone. So like silicone gloves, yeah.
Fantastic. Now, you've got one more heat to run this afternoon. Is there any way you can improve, or was that the perfect run and you're going to put your feet up?
Nah, so probably the next race I go some faster or try some faster. The first task or the first race I want to be safe, finish every task. So let's see what's happened on the second race.
Well, I think you can afford to take some risks and really push the pace. We're impressed with that. We want to see your second dance after your second run. Well done, and thanks very much.
Yeah, thank you.
So the French team with Smart Arm, a little bit disappointed with the way that first run went?
Yeah, definitely. That's why I'm here, actually. Yeah, we trained a lot, but I think the competition tasks are very difficult for our level of amputations because we have to deal with an elbow amputation, so an elbow exoskeletal joint that is robotized, plus the wrist. And here we had like some hand issue at the end because of the hand being locked in the oven door handle, and the thumb was misplaced, so we couldn't perform the final glass task. So it's a bit of pity, but like hopefully we have a second run and we should be better.
Yeah, and is Christophe okay after that, or is he just frustrated?
I think lots of frustration because like we are realizing how difficult it is when you're missing an elbow to perform all these little tasks or wearing a piece of clothes, and there's a huge gap between when you miss just the hand or when you miss the entire forearm. So we are close to the limit, and that's why we have these kind of issues.
Absolutely, we totally understand that. Thanks for letting us know, and we'll see you later on. Good luck with your second run.
Sure. Thank you very much. See you.
Well, that was interesting and super impressive from the Italian team.
Yeah, so we really saw them come through and shine with their prosthetic hand, Adam's hand. Really a great show. I was amazed with the consistency. Particularly, in my opinion, I think one of the biggest thing is the grip that silicone coating provides.
So there you see the standings at the moment. Bayona IT leading the way, 40 points scored. That's a maximum, 5:06 on the clock. They can only improve on that. We'll see whether Christophe Houchet can improve. He is the only one now that can upset the Italians in the prosthetic arm. So that's fantastic. Thanks for your company throughout the day. And we will see you back again when we have the second heat for those two teams.
I'll see you for the second arm heat.
I look forward to it.
CYBATHLON 2024, a once-in-a-lifetime experience, an international competition with and for people with disabilities and their teams. Are you working on developing the most helpful assistive technology? Become a competitor and sign up for CYBATHLON 2024.
Mein Name ist Michel Fornacier und für mich hat die Zukunft längst begonnen. Mir ist es wichtig, dass Technik der Menschheit dient, sie unterstützt, ihnen Hand bietet und den Alltag so erleichtert. Fortschritt ist Lebensqualität, welche man mit gutem Gewissen auch nutzen darf. In dieser Hinsicht ist EKZ für mich ein verlässlicher Partner, denn sie bieten Lösungen, die mich begeistern.
Willkommen zu Hause, Michel. EKZ bietet ökologische und zukunftsfähige Lösungen für Ihr Zuhause. Wir begleiten Sie in Ihre Energiezukunft. EKZ.
Eigentlich war es ganz ein normaler Tag.
Bis ich mit extrem viel Schwung
die schwarze Piste runtergefahren bin.
Ja, einfach die Kontrolle verloren.
Dann hat es getatscht und um mich herum ist alles schwarz geworden.
Es kann jeden treffen. Wir helfen Querschnittgelähmten zurück ins Leben. Im Ernstfall auch Ihnen. Jetzt Mitglied werden.
Welcome back to Zurich. We continue now with CYBATHLON 2024, the arm prosthesis race. We're halfway through the second stage of that. We slow the pace down just a little now with the BCI event. Ingrid Obermatt is here. Ingrid, just explain what this is about. For me, it's all about brain power and thought process.
That's exactly what it is. So the brain-computer interface race is basically a game that is controlled just by brain signals. So there is a software behind that is trying to detect in the brain signals what the pilot's intention was and translate that into a computer command to control a game.
Well, let's have a look and see what they do, how they do it, and what the tasks are.
The next CYBATHLON Challenge discipline today, the brain-computer interface race.
We use it to try to decode the intention of the user and translate them into commands for external devices.
The brain-computer interface race includes 3 types of tasks. They all have to be completed twice. In the first task, pilots navigate a wheelchair avatar through a virtual room. The goal is to reach the door located at the far end of the room. Furniture and robot vacuum cleaners obstruct their path. The second type of task requires pilots to control a virtual robotic arm. The task involves positioning a glass under an ice machine and holding the glass still until all ice cubes have landed in it safely.
The pilot has to think to his own body. So this is called kinesthetic imagination. So the point is that the pilot has to think about his right hand, for instance, in order to make the system to recognize that he wants to go to the right, for instance.
The third task involves controlling a cursor on a screen and clicking on a target icon. Pilots can score 10 points in each task. Whoever completes the most tasks and clocks the fastest time wins the race. However, pilots must complete the task within a 6-minute time limit.
So here we go. I hope that helped you understand exactly what is coming up. There's no doubt for me that this is where the brains are applied and the amount of research that goes into this. And it's a very young discipline indeed. And there's a long, long way to go. But you can just imagine the benefits if you can convert your thought process into action.
Yeah, and this year we really want to show what BCIs could be used for, so that's why they have to control these different devices in the tasks.
Absolutely. Zoltan Sortos there, who's the pilot for the eBrainers team. We've got Y from Italy and NeuroConcise from Great Britain. So 3 teams involved in this. There is Owen Collum, Irishman, he's very, very experienced in this game, struggled a little bit yesterday, and in the past competitions he's had a lot of technical issues. Let's have a look at some of the teams. So you can just see the team behind, and It's a difficult process. There's the Italian team Y, which stands for Variable Hybrid Interfaces, and we'll just have a look and see exactly where the teams come from. E-Brainers, of course, from Budapest. Y, Padua in Italy, which is very close to Venice, beautiful part of the world. And then Neuroconcise from Dublin in Ulster University. So they're from all around Europe. And the pressure is on. We saw yesterday that just having a calm situation and not having interference with the thought processes was so important. Now we do get a chance to just meet the teams, and E-Brainers are up first.
E-Brainers is a team based in the Hungarian capital Budapest. The team's pilot is Zoltán Csortos. They demonstrate how their technology works.
Tehát most tettük föl a pilótára az ENG sapkát. Ennek a sapkának a segítségével érzékeljük a pilótánknak az agyi aktivitását, amivel majd a játékot irányítani fogja.
Általában ezek a feladatok a CYBATHLONhoz kapcsolódóan valós életből vett példák, ahhoz hasonló feladatokat tartalmaznak. Nyilván ez hosszabb, rövidebb távon valóban meg tudja könnyíteni a mozgássérült pilótáknak az életkörülményeit.
All'inizio ho faticato un po' a ricordarmi quali erano i task che usavo esattamente per dare tutti i comandi, però dopo le prime sessioni ho recuperato quel feeling che sentivo di avere e adesso mi sento molto in confidenza col sistema. Ma il segreto è rimanere calmi e bisogna avere molta pazienza e concentrazione e capire quali pensieri poi effettivamente fanno dare il comando giusto.
I had a spinal injury in 2003 when I had a motorbike accident. That means that I have no sensation from my high chest down to my toes, really. So I've liked sports all my life. I guess it's the competition that I like. I like playing, participating, and particularly winning. We seem to have a good project in place now, and we can compete on a competitive level with anyone else. I hope to do well. It's our dream that we do quite well.
Well, I'm sure they will. The three teams involved, E-Brainers, Y and Neuroconcise, their competition about to get underway. Ingrid, just quickly explain to me, you've got all the electrodes placed on the cap in the head. How does it pick up the brain signals?
Yeah, so these electrodes, they can measure the electrical activity in the brain. So basically when our brain cells communicate with each other, they do that by these electrical signals. And that can be picked up on the surface of the skull with the electrodes.
And it strikes me that you've got to train your own thought patterns, because there's no good me putting on a cap and trying to do the same things. It's something that is very specific to the pilot.
Yeah, so they usually really train a lot to find, so they are really able to control the game later.
So it's a visual contest where they try and move the object on the screen or move the cursor to where they want it on the screen. And in the early days of development, Csortos there for E-Brainers. I guess Owen Cullum of Neuroconcise is perhaps the most experienced of the riders, but it's about who can stay calm. And when you put them in a pressure situation such as this in a competition, that and staying calm don't really go together.
It's very difficult in this discipline, I think, because you can imagine that when you're nervous, your brain is in a different state. And now we need to see how the pilots are going to manage to stay calm, and also how the software of the teams is going to be able to handle that maybe the pilot is a bit in a different state today.
And yesterday, a lot of the pilots had problems getting away from the first gate. Whenever they stopped to move, it turned back to face the start gate rather than the finish gate.
Yeah, so the tricky thing is to rotate the wheelchair and to stop rotating at the right time point so that they can move forward.
Can they go backwards?
They can actually go backwards, but that requires another control command. So they can choose if they want to just rotate a lot or if they want to go backwards.
Wise, Francesco Botello is just getting underway, and he is absolutely storming it. How about that? Fantastic. That's the best we've seen so far over the last 2 days. And Botello and White go straight into the lead with that. He's on now to the ice task. He's got to put the cup under the ice dispenser. Has he skipped that straight away and gone on to the computer screen? Well, the idea here, Ingrid, is that they move the cursor into the area with that is shaded yellow.
Yeah, exactly. So first he needs to move the cursor in the right area, and then he needs to basically click that icon.
And everyone found that a little bit tricky. Owen Collum about to get underway for Neuroconcise, and let's see how he gets on getting away from the start gate. Why were fantastic on this section. As I said, they've been plagued with technical problems over the years. He has to go left a little bit to avoid that obstacle in the middle of the room. But now the tricky bit of getting the wheelchair lined up with the exit gate, and Colum having a similar issue to what we saw from Zoltan Shortos. And this cursor is going everywhere, bar the yellow box. After such a good start, that's better.
He's approaching the right area, yes, so just a little bit more. But as said, this is really difficult to just start and stop at the right moment. Yes.
Just gets the corner. He just gets the corner. Is he going to be given the points for that?
No, so we could see that the area was highlighted, meaning that he was at the right place, but he needs to also click a button to pass the task, and that hasn't happened yet. So
this is looking
going
good.
Back.
This
yes.
is looking good.
Now we need the click. Yes.
He's done it. Well done. Well done to Botello. He's gone on to 20 points, having missed the middle section. And then
so now he's again in the wheelchair task, and this time it's more difficult. There is a plant, and this plant actually, if the wheelchair hits the plant, it leads to a task fail.
So Owen Collum is through the ice dispenser task comfortably. So he picks up 10 there, having failed on the first one. And so if he can succeed with the computer screen and get the cursor into the right place, he's going to move level with Francesco Botello of Hui.
So yeah, the ice cubes still have to fall down, I think, for him to pass.
It's got to be right underneath. 2:21 on the clock at the moment.
And in this task, it's difficult first to place the cup in the right position, and then also to just wait and not send any commands for a while, so all the ice cubes can fall in the cup.
Zortos from eBrain is still struggling a little bit as we're back with Francesco Botello, the team from Padua, and that's a good aerial shot of what they're trying to do. You can see the exit over on the right-hand side. There's a stool in the way that has to be avoided, whereas the first room, you could take pretty much a direct line, just a slight deviation. There's absolutely no choice on the second one, so it is a little bit harder. And out comes the ice for Owen Collum. Another 10 points coming his way if he can just complete that. Task passed, well done. Good work for Neuroconcise. They move on to 20 points. And so the Italians and the British team level at the moment. Column now onto the TV screen. And if he can get that cursor to drop nice and fast, he might get a chance of getting through the tasks a second time. Chortos.
So he seems to have skipped the first task, and now he's trying the ice cube task.
Batella has moved on to 30. And if you can get the cursor into the yellow area again, you can see the cursor, the yellow shaded area has moved round. And that just makes things that little bit harder. 30 points. If he takes it up to 40, that could be a really competitive score.
So the 6 minutes that they have to solve all the tasks are quite an ambitious time. So 4 tasks would be a really great performance.
So the compass you can see in the top left-hand corner, Ingrid. How does that work? How does that relate to the direction of the cursor?
Exactly. So the direction in which this pointer shows is indicated where the cursor is going to move if he sends the command to move forward.
So another 10 points for Patella, and that was an excellent run. Smiles all round in the Wii team, and so there should be Luca Tonin, the team leader, delighted with that performance.
Yeah, we see a lot of happy faces. That's great to see.
Zortos still struggling a little bit to pick up the points, and on now to
it seems that Sultan is at the end of the competition, but he didn't get any points so far.
Yeah, so a disappointing run from the Hungarian team. I think they'll be really disappointed with that. We're back with Owen Collum now. He needs this to draw level on points with the Italian team. Keep a look on the compass at the top. That will tell you the direction that the cursor is going to go if he can get it to move.
It's so close, and time expired.
Oh, time expired. That was really, really unlucky. So he finishes on 30 points after his first run, and the Irish team had done exceptionally well there. That was very, very tight indeed. But Batella really won that on his very first room. He was in and out of that first room in a flash.
That was a great start.
Well, let's have another look at how it went, just to remind ourselves of the progress. The competitors, Collum, Batella and Chortos there. Francesco Batella, medalist at the Paralympics in Rio, so just a little bit more success coming his way this afternoon.
I think he's really used to competitions, so maybe that also helped him to stay calm and focused.
Yeah, he's been doing this a long time. He's been wheelchair bound for since the age of 2. Owen Collum, a big man, and his team, really good supporters. So let's see if we can get a chat with Francesco Patella of the Wii team. Francesco, can you hear us?
Yes.
Good. Your first task was incredible. You were in and out of that first room in about 3 seconds.
Yes.
And so just tell us how you were doing it and what thought processes you were going through.
It was the first task. We train. I train a lot. We set our parameters to obtain the minimum time. I'm quite in control today. We have a little problem just before the start, but we solved it. And yes, usually the first task is the more difficult for me because it is the start to set my mind. But I'm very happy for the result.
Yeah, so you should be. I want to know whether it's more nerve-wracking competing in this event or the Paralympics.
It's very different because in Paralympic I can express my strength. I can download my adrenaline. Here, instead, I have to stay calm, to stay focused. I don't have the opportunity to express the tension. So it's very, very different. I don't know which is the simplest.
So you have a second run, and we're interested to know if you can make any improvement on that first performance and get more than 40 points.
We try. Now we decide our strategy. We will see if we can do also the ice task or trying to improve our time in the 4 tasks.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations to you and your team, and we'll look forward to your second run.
Thank you. See you.
So congratulations to we. Let's go to the Irish team, Owen Collum, who finished on 30 points, just ran out of time before pushing the tally up to 40. Owen, congratulations. A little bit tough, but just running out of time on that last task.
Yeah, just a wee bit there. A few more seconds, and I think we could have gone up to 40 there. Yeah, we hope to do better second time round. Hopefully.
Now that first room, is the first task always the hardest to get going, or was there a specific issue in there?
I know it's a wee bit. I seem to like knocking over a few tables, but we'll see second time up. I hope to manoeuvre that car a little bit better around that obstacle and get a straight line on to the gateway. So perhaps cut down sometimes on that task.
Yeah, you better have a chat to Francesco. He was in and out of there in a flash.
I do, yeah. I want to know his secrets. Yeah.
Do you discuss performances?
Not particularly. I'm here with Professor Kyle. He does my strategies, so.
Well,
I had a couple of conversations with my wee team. Yeah.
Good. Well, we'll look forward to seeing you in the second run, and hopefully you get out of that first room to give yourself time to complete the exercises. But well done for now, and we'll see you a bit later on.
Thanks, guys.
Cheers.
And Chortos, hello from Zurich. How are you? How are you feeling after that run?
Better than yesterday.
So better than yesterday.
Better than yesterday. Can you talk us through the tasks and where the problems were?
Megbeszéltünk igazából. Nehezen találtam meg az irányt.
Okay, so it was hard to find the proper direction with the control system.
And will you have a chance to practice between now and your second heat?
Yeah, we will definitely check the code and do some more experiments and tune the whole stuff.
Brilliant.
But we are happy because we think that this was our first official competition and we could give some controls and so the prototype is working. We just have to tune a bit more.
Okay, we'll look forward to that. Good luck in the second heat later on, and thanks for now.
Thank you.
So that's the first run of the BCI. We have the second run of the arm prosthesis race still to come, and plenty more to come. Ingrid, what was your overall assessment of that event?
Yeah, so I was really impressed by seeing Owen controlling all the devices. He managed to achieve every task once, and of course also Francesco doing a great job racing through the tasks. He has trained a lot. Yes.
So when we come to October and CYBATHLON 2024, will those sort of performances be competitive? There you have Francesco Batella scoring a full 40 points. Fantastic run in 5:16. Owen Collum just running out of time. Otherwise, he would have been up at the 40 as well. And Sortos, well, they were encouraged. I was glad to see they were still optimistic. No points scored, but they got the control. They were getting the objects to move, and a little bit of tuning. Maybe they'll be a bit more competitive in the second run later on.
Yeah, I think a bit more of training will definitely help them and improve the performance a lot.
Yeah, practice, preparation never goes amiss, and we've still got that to look forward to this afternoon.
What CYBATHLON demonstrates is there are no boundaries. When you watch this event, you start to believe that is possible.
Mein Name ist Michel Fornasier und für mich hat die Zukunft längst begonnen. Mir ist es wichtig, dass Technik der Menschheit dient, sie unterstützt, ihnen Hand bietet und den Alltag so erleichtert. Fortschritt ist Lebensqualität, welche man mit gutem Gewissen auch nutzen darf. In dieser Hinsicht ist EKZ für mich ein verlässlicher Partner, denn sie bieten Lösungen, die mich begeistern.
Willkommen zu Hause, Michel. EKZ bietet ökologische und zukunftsfähige Lösungen für Ihr Zuhause. Wir begleiten Sie in Ihre Energiezukunft. EKZ.
Eigentlich haben ich und mein Freund so ein gutes Gefühl an diesem Tag.
Ich bin einfach die Passstrasse drauf gefahren.
Auf einmal ist ihm der TÜV in einer Kurve weggerutscht.
Die Sonne hat mich geblendet und plötzlich liegt sie vor mir.
Und dann hat es meinen Rücken voll verwünscht.
Es kann jeden treffen. Wir helfen Querschnittgelähmten zurück ins Leben. Im Ernstfall auch Ihnen. Jetzt Mitglied werden.
So, welcome back. The last race completed, the BCI. We move now on to the ROB, which is the robot-assisted event. And this is very, very complex. It's highly technical, so I'm relieved to have Felix Erb next door to me, who's a PhD student here in Zurich, and he's the head of this discipline. First, though, let's just play you the explainer so you understand exactly what is coming up in this particular discipline.
The next CYBATHLON Challenge discipline today, the assistance robot race. During the first task, pilots must use their assistance robot to remove a parcel from a mailbox and place it on a table. Next, pilots must bring a toothbrush to their mouth with the help of the assistance robot. In the third task, they are asked to hang a scarf on a clothesline with the help of the assistance robot. And finally, they are asked to empty a dishwasher. Pilots score 10 points per task. The pilot completing the most tasks while clocking the fastest time wins the race. They have a maximum of 8 minutes to complete the 4 tasks.
So welcome to the competition hall. You've got some idea of the tasks they've got to undertake. Now, Felix, these are all everyday tasks. And if they can master these, it's a sort of indication that they can gain themselves some independence in life.
Yes, exactly, Patrick. This is actually the idea of this discipline, to bring very ordinary tasks that seem very simple from an able-bodied perspective, but actually to execute these by robotic means can be quite complex, and that's what we wanted to push with this discipline.
Certainly is. Well, originally we had 3 teams involved. Smart Arm Rob aren't actually taking place, but we've got BFH and RSL with 2 completely different devices. And this is what's fascinating. And you know, it's anybody's guess who's going to come out on top. But the articulated arm yesterday in practice did look almost unbeatable.
Yeah, well, I was really impressed by the practice session yesterday. I'm really looking forward how they actually, if they are able to even improve this performance that they had. But both of these devices and the pilots, of course, did exceptionally good.
And of course, RSL, who are based in Zurich, they focus on robots with arms and legs, as you can see. Let's just see where the teams come from. BFH from Zurich. In fact, both of the teams are local, and they're both in the Ruhrbach-Halle competing this afternoon. As opposed to the hubs that are based all around the world. 9 different hubs being used during this event, and it will be an even bigger number when it comes to October and the Global CYBATHLON 2024.
So this is a small-scale version of that, and for that we limited ourselves to 4 tasks. We have 10 in total in October, and we chose a few to sort of give an insight on what is actually going to happen.
Well, before the event starts, let's meet the teams.
Team BFH Fair is based in Bern, Switzerland's capital. The team's pilot is Fritz Eichholzer. Fritz was an electrical engineer. In 2018, just before retiring, he was involved in a severe cycling accident that left him quadriplegic. Gabriela Pozzi was the team's pilot when they finished second in the CYBATHLON Challenge 2023. Can Fritz equal or even exceed Gabriela's achievements of last year?
I love to compete. That is great about the cyclotron, and it also pushes teams and brings technology forward. I can still move my shoulders and my elbows, but my hands are completely paralyzed. So anything that has to do with grabbing is just not possible.
Our goal is to create a leg robot that can help people with disabilities to become truly independent.
Working on a CYBATHLON project is a really nice opportunity to combine a lot of different skill sets, from perception to motion to fluid control interfaces, and that's been very, very exciting.
With a robot, I think I could be more spontaneous. If it could cook, that would be really awesome.
I think I would enjoy having an assistant robot as well, not having to empty my own dishwasher.
I think we all think the same way. An assistant robot is going to be a thing. This is BFH Fair, and you can see the articulated arm on the left-hand side of the chair, which really does remarkable things. It has a much bigger range of movement and far more dexterity than your normal hand.
Definitely.
Just watch how he goes through the task. The post box is the first one. What's the issue here?
Post box is confined space for a robotic arm. It's actually quite. There are certain standards in the robotic world where, and most of them exceed sort of the width that would be needed in order to get into such a small, tight space. So don't see. Okay.
Well, I think there's an issue on the controls because yesterday he went through there. In a matter of seconds, got the post box open, grabbed the box,
that was
and was away.
I'm also not sure what is. This seems to be opting. Okay.
So that looks like a retirement at the moment for BFH Fair, which is a real shame. Takes the pressure off RSL just a little bit.
Yeah. So we see here is this team actually chose to have two devices. One that is sort of autonomously and is called a robotic base and is doing most of the manipulation. And Sami Kunz is actually controlling it from his assistive wheelchair.
Yeah, so this is this actual device is built on what was known as an Animal robot from Anibotics, and then they put the arm on top of that, adapted it with the arm and a couple of extra sensors, and have called it ALMA for some reason.
Yeah.
What is it? Where does that come from?
I'm actually not sure what the acronym stands for, but I can look it up for the second heat.
So here's the box, and that was nicely taken out. Actually, much smoother than we saw yesterday.
Yeah,
so Samuel Kunz is having a good run.
Yeah. I'm curious to see if it's going to drop it.
And this has got to go on the table. Now, Felix, as I understand, there are various different means of guiding the robot, but Samuel does a lot of it with his mouth.
Yes, he actually does most of the control by various inputs. So maybe if you can see a close-up of him, he has a sip and puff joystick, which is is an input device where you could control certain parameters by the use of your breath, and he also has a joystick, and for such a device you not only have to control the robotic arm, you also have to move it within the field. So this is a really complex task, and I believe, and also some aspects have been autonomized, which is a really a huge advantage of such a system, but still a lot of fine control is of course done by the pilot.
Yeah, so he's trying to activate the
so
mouth control. He has a little bit of use of that right hand.
Yeah, and he's really smart in using both. The wheelchair is actually faster in certain ways.
And the idea is to take the toothbrush up to the mouth, and then they have to place it back in the cup.
Place it back,
And yesterday he did this very quickly, very smoothly.
Yeah. This time he had to.
When you think of the number of times you've knocked a cup over putting a toothbrush back into it, you can appreciate just how skillful that is. So a brilliant start from Samuel Kunz.
Yeah.
And surely we're going to get another 10 once he crosses the line.
I love just this quite how do you say impressive looking device is actually capable of doing such gentle motions. And so we're getting to the scarf task, which is can be quite difficult for manipulators.
Yeah, yesterday you thought this would be difficult. Is that the sort of tactile?
That was my guess, that this would be the most difficult, just based on, since fabrics tends to be very difficult to handle by a robot, since it sort of behaves in its own way. It's not as rigid as another object would be. So I was guessing it would be difficult based on that, and also because of the height. You know, this device needs to sort of put this scarf on top of this hanger. And I believe that this was difficult, but I was proven wrong.
Yeah, they were very skillful yesterday.
Yeah.
I just wish my dog moved around quite as elegantly as this robot. It really is a fascinating device.
Yeah, this is really spot on.
We've just heard that Fritz from BFH Fair, who we saw start the problem and then had an issue trying to open the post box, he has retired from this attempt, and they're going to try and get those technical issues sorted out before the second attempt later on.
Okay, good. Yeah.
But this is a real opportunity for RSL to set an unbeatable score. So they've moved on to 20 now. So that's 2 of the 3 tasks being completed.
Actually,
the next one is the dishwasher.
It's actually the final one, yes.
I think he was home alone last night. There is only one dish in the dishwasher. It's got to come out and place it on top of the table.
Yeah. So of course we had to simplify the dishwasher. Dishwasher would have come with a lot of features and hinges and of course other objects inside. So we had to simplify it, but we're going to see it in just a minute. So we see that the manipulator is now moving his gripper attachment in order to actually grip this small little handle. And this is also something that you would perceive as very simple, but just to get in there and getting it, just not exerting too much force, too less, or not enough force is really delicate.
So is he doing the delicate movements with the movement of his head, activating it with the mouth?
I couldn't actually recall which it's of course very personalized, these settings on what is actually being controlled by what, but you could see the mouth part that Sami Kunz is using has a few tubes on it, and he's able to sort of with his breath actually control certain aspects. But to me it's still quite remarkable how this is being done, and this is a very personalized setting. But I believe most of the of the arm is being done by this so-called zip and puff joystick. And sort of large-scale movements, like moving the robotic base, is being done by the joystick that he has at his right hand.
So he has just a little bit of movement of the arms. The hands aren't so functional, and of course that generally depends on the height of the lesion that they suffer in the accident. But this is a really impressive display. Very delicate control of the robot itself.
So now they're actually going to leave the field, going for the timestamp.
3 goes. Watch the time. 6:34 on the clock. 40 points scored. Samuel Kunz setting a very high bar indeed. RSL chuffed to bits with that performance. That was fantastic, and he affords himself a little smile. So he should. Much better than yesterday.
Yeah, actually,
he promised he'd come back and do better. He's done just that.
I'm wondering
so,
if he did the
look forward to having a
overnight
chat with
practice
Samuel
session
after this. Yeah, great work. And what a disappointment for Fritz, but he's got a second chance, and I certainly wouldn't put it beyond him to match what we've just seen, because yesterday he was super impressive.
Super impressive, and I really hope that he can do the same again. It was absolutely spectacular yesterday. I would be just... I'm quite sure that they will get it the next time.
I'm with you there. Well, let's have a look at. Here's the post box, and this was very neat indeed. Just pulls the box out a little bit, which he didn't do yesterday. He tried and get the calipers around the box while it was in there. So a different tactic. They'd obviously talked about that last night.
Yeah, they realized that they adapted. It's such a
in a short space of time.
That's really impressive.
But one of the differences here in 2024 is that the details, the exact details for each task, weren't given out until later on, and so the teams have had to adapt since the practice yesterday, which was pretty much the first time they saw the actual setup and the materials being used.
Definitely, well, this was just thrown at them. And
the dishwasher. No problem.
No problem, even though the plate was a bit wiggled a bit, but sure, it's still fine.
So that's the end of the first run, and we have our victorious pilot with us now, Samuel Kunz. That was sensational, Samuel. How are you feeling after that?
Yeah, I'm very happy that it's actually worked. The test runs were quite well, but yesterday I didn't complete the test run, so I'm really happy that this time everything worked fine.
Yeah, congratulations. Now, can you just give us some details? You're obviously operating the wheelchair itself with your hand, and all the delicate movements of the robot you're doing with your mouth. You seem to be blowing and sucking and moving around. How is it working? What are the controls you've got?
Sorry, I didn't really understand.
I was hoping you could explain your control system of the robot.
How the system works, how it... Huh? Aha, the control system. Yeah, this joystick is called a quad stick. It is made for quadriplegics. I bought it initially to play video games, like in Switch or Xbox. And then we had the idea that we can use it on the robot as well. So I moved the joystick with my mouth, and the robot is doing the movements. And then I sip and puff in those tubes that I have. So those are the buttons. So I can also press buttons and move the robot around.
Absolutely fantastic. Give us some idea. How many hours practice have you put in?
Oh, not that many actually yet. But,
really?
Wow. We first had to create a system that really works, and then we had to practice on this system, and that was mostly January. For a couple of afternoons we were practicing, yeah.
So yesterday wasn't a total success. This afternoon, so far, it's been perfect. What are we going to see in your next run?
Well, in the next run, we will try some automation, like the toothbrush touching my mouth. We also have that by voice command and automated, so we will try to do that in the next run, as we already have the perfect run this time, so we can try new stuff as well.
Excellent. Well done to you and the whole team, because that's a team effort, and we'll look forward to seeing you a bit later on. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, that was unbelievable. Sort of mixed fortunes,
yeah,
Felix.
Mixed fortune, yeah. On the other, RSL did really well, really well. But I'm quite positive.
Are you confident that Fritz will be back and nail it second time round?
They have BFH. The team has developed their device extremely fast. I've seen this progress during the years now, and I think they put together a very highly capable team of adapting to certain circumstances, and I really believe that now, since this is a really special circumstance, they will fix that.
The pressure is on. Well, let's have a look at the results as they stand at the moment. Do remember they get 2 runs each. So Samuel Kuntz with RSL 40.6, 34 on the clock. That is so impressive. Yeah. And then Fritz Eichholzer for BFH Fair, who, to be honest, looked really strong yesterday. Yeah. I thought they were going to be runaway victors, but they've got a little bit of a problem on their hand. They've seen a perfect run. They have got to match it later on this afternoon, so we'll look forward to that.
Mein Name ist Michel Fornasier und für mich hat die Zukunft längst begonnen. Mir ist es wichtig, dass Technik der Menschheit dient, sie unterstützt, ihnen Hand bietet und den Alltag so erleichtert. Fortschritt ist Lebensqualität, welche man mit gutem Gewissen auch nutzen darf. In dieser Hinsicht ist EKZ für mich ein verlässlicher Partner, denn sie bieten Lösungen, die mich begeistern.
Willkommen zu Hause, Michel. EKZ bietet ökologische und zukunftsfähige Lösungen für Ihr Zuhause. Wir begleiten Sie in Ihre Energiezukunft. EKZ.
Eigentlich war es ganz ein normaler Tag.
Bis ich mit extrem viel Schwung
die schwarze Piste runtergefahren bin.
Ja, einfach die Kontrolle verloren.
Dann hat es getatscht und um mich herum ist alles schwarz geworden.
Es kann jeden treffen. Wir helfen Querschnittgelähmten zurück ins Leben. Im Ernstfall auch Ihnen. Jetzt Mitglied werden.
CYBATHLON 2024, a once-in-a-lifetime experience, an international competition with and for people with disabilities and their teams. Are you working on developing the most helpful assistive technology? Become a competitor and sign up for CYBATHLON 2024.
Welcome back, and Jong has joined me again for the second of the FES races. We saw a really impressive performance by Pulse this morning, 7 minutes 12 to complete the 2-kilometre course on the ergo bike. Jong, is that going to be beaten? Do you think we've got a sort of higher standard for the second time round?
Yeah, I think the Pulse race team has really set up the highest standard for the others to follow at the moment. I think 7 minutes is not an easy go, but I think it's not impossible.
Not impossible, but you've got to remember that Pulse actually had a problem with 200 meters to go. One of their batteries ran out, so they must have lost 30 seconds.
Yeah.
And so the opportunity is there. The door is open for the other teams to come through, and we've got two more teams waiting to go. We've got Polimi of Italy and EMA of Brazil, and it's fantastic to have the Brazilians competing, because there is absolutely no way they could have afforded to fly to Zurich to compete. So developing these hubs has made it possible for many more teams to get involved, and that's going to be the case in CYBATHLON 24 in October as well. Well, Jong, the issue here, we've talked about it, this FES stands for Functional Electrical Stimulation. It's all about putting an electrical stimulation into the muscle to get it to contract, but it's got to be in the right order. How difficult is that?
Yeah, you have to be, as you said, you have to place in the right moment and the right time, and this has to be. What we forget is that this is happening in real time as well. So this has to be processed quite fast-paced and accurately and not to fatigue the pilots out. So this is a really difficult task that what the teams are doing at the moment. And we'll be able to see that in a moment.
Yeah, well, let's have a look at the explainer, which will give us some sort of detail of the task that they've got to undertake, and then we can talk more about the technical aspects after that.
The next CYBATHLON Challenge discipline today, the Functional Electrical Stimulation Bike Race. Cycling despite complete paraplegia. Functional electrical stimulation makes it possible. By placing electrodes on the skin, currents are applied to the muscles, making them contract. The paralyzed legs start pedaling. Pilots cover a virtual 2,000-meter course.
The pilot is using a throttle, is kind of a throttle that can be used in the motorbikes, but instead of to increase the engine performance, they are increasing the intensity of these electrical muscles. So if you send electrical signals with high intensity, they will get tired and they cannot finish it. So the pilots, they have to have a strategy to play with these electrical signals.
Whenever completing a 200-meter lap, pilots score 10 points. Whoever crosses the 2,000 meters first or completes the longest distance within 8 minutes wins the race.
So the two teams involved, Polimi from Italy, and we've got EMA from Brasilia in Brazil. And just a reminder of the course that they've got to undertake, 2,000 meters, 2 kilometers, 8 minutes to do it. As we mentioned earlier on today, that is 15 kilometers per hour. may not sound much, but you get on the treadmill and run at 15 kilometers an hour for any length of time, and you'll start to appreciate how fast it is. And you've got to remember that these muscles, these limbs have not worked since the pilot had their particular accident. And not only does it give them the ability to move around, but it also gives them the ability to build up the muscle and strengthen the bones.
Yeah, exactly. So this gives like a health benefits in many ways. And also it's going to provide them a mental stability as well, keeping them to interact socially as they are now able to go from place A to B. So yeah, it's just such a phenomenal rehabilitation strategy.
Absolutely. Well, this morning we saw Pulse in action, and the Hungarian team, who really were disappointed. They had a faulty connection, so didn't register a score at all. But let's now have a quick look back at this morning and to see Pulse in action.
In this morning's FES competition, Pulse Racing of the Netherlands competed against the Hungarian team FES. Peter van Berg, the Dutch team's new pilot, gets off to an excellent start, scoring the first 50 points in 3 minutes and 18 seconds. Csaba Samozi, on the other hand, accelerates with his hands while attempting to head off, but nothing happens. It is not clear whether there were technical issues or if the Hungarian lacks the power to make his avatar move in the game. His competitor, Peter van Berg, is racing at incredible speed. Unfortunately, a problem with the battery prevents the Dutch pilot from finishing the lap on his own, leaving Pulse Racing with 80 points on the score sheet. Peter van Berg explains the problem with the battery.
But I did an extensive warm-up, and then got to change it in between the warm-up and the actual race. So it's a bit stupid, but well, we're humans, I guess.
It was still an impressive performance from Peter, but be aware, 2 teams are still to come.
And those 2 teams, as we mentioned, Polimi from Italy, based in Milan, and EMA from Brazil. They've got an opportunity. It was a good run this morning from Pulse, but it wasn't perfect. And as you've mentioned, Jong, it's all about setting a pace and sticking to it, but that pace must prevent the muscles from fatiguing too much, because then we'd see cramps and then the actions wouldn't work. Yep. The actual stimulus for the electrical pulse, does that come from the angle of the crank? Because obviously when the pedal's near you, that's when you push using your quads. When it's far away, you pull with your hamstrings. Is that how it works?
Yeah, you explained it really nicely. So they get the signal from the crank angle. That measures the crank angle, and depending on your crank angle, the stimulator will send a signal to corresponding muscle to whether to push or pull this pedal according to the crank angle.
Well, there's the Estevão of Brazil, and yeah, tragic story. He was in the wrong place at the wrong time when he got shot by a stray bullet and has been in a wheelchair ever since then. Samuel Moltorau, who lives in Lecco, right on the south end of Lake Como, probably one of the most beautiful places on the planet. Lake Como, if you know it, has sort of 2 legs coming down. He's in the southeast version, Como down the bottom of the other one. Well worth a visit as we see where all our teams come from for this FES race. Is it going to be Brazil? Is it going to be Italy? What's your hunch, Jong?
Well, they were very close in the last event as well. So EMA were in the 6th, Polimi was in the 7th. So it's going to be difficult.
It's a tough call.
It's a tough call. It really is.
Yeah.
And we'll be able to find out today.
Yeah. So let's have we've got a chance to meet the teams. Polimi first, and then we'll hear from the EMA team as well.
Ciao, sono Samuele, ho 30 anni e partecipo al CYBATHLON 2024. Per me lo sport è sempre stata una cosa da passare con amici. cambiato anche idee su cui modi di fare sport e ho conosciuto il CYBATHLON. In questa situazione ho scoperto anche la possibilità di mettermi in gioco. Vincerò.
Sou multiatleta paralímpico e com muito orgulho sou o piloto da equipe Project EMA. Não nasci numa cadeira de rodas, pasmem. Em março de 2012, eu fui vítima da violência de Brasília e me tornei cadeirante. Fui atingido por uma bala perdida. Me tornei atleta de alto rendimento, já competi em mais de 30 países e hoje tenho a honra de estar me preparando para mais uma edição das Olimpíadas Biônicas do CYBATHLON. Competimos, nos saímos muito bem e agora, por que não, buscar o primeiro lugar? Tamo junto! É nóis!
I get the feeling, Jon, we have two incredibly competitive athletes here. Estevão, so positive. There aren't many people in his position who says that their lives are better post accident than prior.
Yep.
You know, he's a positive thinker, decided not to sit back and be angry and feel sorry for himself. Samuel, well, we know what he's after. He wants a bit of the life he had before, and the more he can get out and do things, the better it will be. And he has assistance here just to get the legs spinning. Once they're underway, then the automatic systems signals from the cranks then kick in.
Yes, yeah. So the pilot has the ability to adjust the stimulus intensity as well once the supporters stops initiating the movement. So then now they'll be complete on their own. And
yeah, and this morning we saw the pilots activating the start with their hands because their machines were multifaceted, as we see the start for Polimi. And what we're hoping is that we don't have the same issues we had this morning with the Hungarian team, who never actually got off the start line. And this doesn't look good for Samuel at the moment, and I can't believe that he isn't generating enough power to get the avatar to move. But 30 seconds gone. He's still on the line, and that is some concern to them. The Brazilian team, meanwhile, with Estevão just starting, 10 minutes to go before his start is due, and some concern on the look of the faces of Team Polimi.
Yeah, I think it's quite strange that they're not getting any. They're not moving at the moment because you can tell that the Samuel is actually cycling quite intensively.
Yeah. And this wasn't an issue yesterday in the practice, so let's hope that Estevão goes a little bit better for EMA. Phew, he's moving.
He's moving.
He's moving. It's taking a little bit of a while to get going, and the action not quite as smooth. Samuel's giving it another go.
Yeah. So well. Samuel is just cycling more smoothly than Estevão, but you can clearly tell that Estevão is maybe pushing it harder for the avatar to move.
Yeah, just occasionally Estevão gets the stimulation wrong, and the leg starts to retract just before it's even finished the extension, which is obviously so important if the crank is going to circulate. But EMA underway now, a minute on the clock for them, and Samuel Maturo, he's on his way, brilliant. Now, every time he goes through the 200-meter mark, he will pick himself up 10 points. So a maximum of 100 points, and of course with an 8-minute time allowance, he wants to be at the 50-point mark in 4 minutes. That might be a bit of a stretch after that slow start. Any idea what was going wrong there, Jon?
I don't know. I don't know whether this was the technical issues with the connections, or whether it was just simply lack of push power from the pilot. This was something we will have to look into after the competition, but it's good that we are seeing such a smooth cycling and distance being travelled. We can see that although 2 kilometers under 8 minutes seems like easy task, but it really isn't for Samuel.
Yeah.
But I think it's going to be achieved.
So 20 points on the score sheet for the Italians. Remember, they want to get to 50 before, so they've got to get another 30 in the next minute. They may be just a fraction behind schedule when they go through the halfway point. 7 minutes 12 was the time of Pulse this morning, and I think that might well be achievable. It says 2 laps to go. Much better indicator is to watch the points that have been ratcheted up, because you know every 10 points is 200 meters, and 2,000 meters is the distance they want to go. What about Estevao? Have we got any news on his progress? No points so far, which would indicate that he is having similar issues to Samuel earlier on.
But now he's cycling quite smoothly, so I think we should be able to see something.
Well, a round of applause. I think that's coming. It is coming from Polimi. Delighted to see another 10 points on the scoreboard. So 30 at the moment, and another 70 possible if he can keep this sort of pace going. That's the 4-minute marker. So he's really got to pick the pace up if he's going to complete the 2,000 meters.
Yep.
Estevao, who's been riding FES cycle since 2016, so he's very, very practiced, and I think he'll be a little bit frustrated by what's going on at the moment. Well, he's up to, yeah, he's still on 0, so he's come to a grinding halt, only some 20-25 meters past the start line, and that's a similar story to the one we had with Hungary yesterday, and or this morning.
This morning, yeah.
But there was no indication that we were going to have these issues yesterday.
No, I mean, this is why it makes such a difficult challenge, because one day everything works well, and then the other day it suddenly stops working, and you can clearly see him cycling with a lot of effort in, but it's not just being reflected on in the game.
Yeah, we could do with a power meter on the crank so we can see just how many watts he's kicking out. And Samuel Matura's teammates absolutely delighted as he goes through the 1 kilometer marker, 5 minutes on the clock. This is going to be close, I think.
Yeah, I think
it's going to be close, but I think at the moment, Pulse, from their run this morning, are about 250, 260 meters ahead of the Italian team. And so Matura, you know, the temptation will be to turn up the stimulation.
Yeah,
but
you know,
then he knows things can go horribly wrong.
Well, you never know. You know, it's always good to have like a last sprint saved up, and maybe sprint in the last 200 meters, perhaps. It is very close, though. The Pulse
200 meters. That's a distance race for me. And I guess, you know, your average athlete can sprint what, the last 15 seconds without any issues. Would it be the same for Samuel?
It could be, but yeah, I mean, any sprint is challenging, right?
So he's through the 60, so he's gone through 1,200 meters. He's got another 2 minutes left to go, and still Estevao is plugging away.
I think at this rate, Polimi might actually come first place.
And one of the issues is they only have 1 run each. All the other disciplines, they get 2 attempts. But the reason for that is that the fatigue that they go through. So they wanted to have an all-out effort, and a number of the pilots rested yesterday, didn't get involved in the test run. They wanted to save themselves.
Yeah, it's like an Olympics, right? When you're watching a track and field, when you watch a 100-meter runner do their sprint 100 meters, and then some athletes will go for 200-meter sprint. I find it fascinating, and I don't think we can repeat that with this discipline.
Yeah. So Pulse's score this morning, 80 points for 5 minutes 10.
At this rate, I think Polimi is actually slightly faster than Pulse. Maybe. Or am I wrong? Actually, no. They finished it within 7 minutes.
Yeah, I don't know whether they did 7 minutes 12 with the 100 points, but I don't know whether they were docked some time because of the technical issues, the technical assistance they had to get on the way round. Maltura now is through 1,600 meters. and he is up to 87.30. He's got 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
He's gonna be pushed to get to the 2,000 meter mark. But this is a brilliant effort from Polimo and Samuel Matoro. I think excelling himself here, especially when you consider it took him 45 seconds to get off the line.
Exactly.
So if we added that on, he would easily get to that 2 kilometer marker. And total delight in the Italian team at the moment. They can't quite get over this. Are we going up to the 90? It won't be long before he pushes up to 90 points. That's his 8 minutes gone. He's stuck on the 80-point mark at the moment. There's no stopping him. And he's looking pretty relaxed.
Yeah. I think that's like a remarkable achievement. They had.
I think he has just missed out. He's got the 80 points, just a little bit slower than we saw from Pulse this morning. So that was one of the closest competitions we've had so far. Estevao is coming up to his 8-minute mark now, but still not registering any distance whatsoever. But congratulations to the Italian team. That was a great effort. Just a shame that it took so long to get going. And do you have to sort of build the power up before the avatar gets moving?
Yeah, so I think there's a certain minimum threshold the avatar needs for the avatar to start moving. And yes, one could say that you could actually just try to push hard in the beginning. For these pilots, that would be quite difficult to maintain that power after that initiating the movement. So you just got to be really strategically thinking how are we going to best achieve that performance.
Yeah, and some really invaluable lessons learned as they start to sort of turn their mind from this event to the next one in October. There will be lots of trials going on between now and then. Here's our main man, Samuel Matoro. Great performance by him. Here he is. Let's see. Samuel, can you hear us?
Not so. Scusate, abbassate perché non sento.
Can you delay the celebrations just for a minute so we can have a chat to Samuel?
Yeah, sure.
What a fantastic performance. We're interested to know, at the start, it took a little bit of time to get off the line. What was going on there?
Actually, we had a problem with the connection, with the Bluetooth connection, so we actually lost the first minute and a half, which was actually the best one, but that was a little bit lucky, but that happened. Luckily, we were able to reconnect the Bluetooth to the pedal, and that we actually start, at least in the game. I mean, we started before, but...
And can you give us some idea of the speed? Were you getting a readout of the speed that you were covering the ground?
What do you mean, in the first minute?
Well, throughout the race, because it looked as though Samuel was keeping a fairly consistent pace.
Yeah, we were kind of pedaling around 30, 50 RPM, and we cover a distance of 1.8 kilometers, actually. 1.8, no, even more? Yeah, it was almost, okay.
Well, it was a fantastic performance. I think you've just been pipped to the line by Pulse, who had a very smooth run this morning. But if you hadn't had those issues at the start, I think you would have been the clean winners. So how are you feeling now that you start your How are you feeling now that you start your 9 months preparation for the big event in October?
Yeah, you're right. We feel a little bit sorry for that. Actually, we were really thinking about the same. But yeah, I mean, so this is actually a good test for the big event.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, congratulations. Really impressed with what you've done, and we look forward to seeing you in the next big event.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, let's go straight to Estevao in Brasilia. Estevao, I hope you can hear us.
Yes.
Can you great to see you. Everything looked to be going fairly smoothly as far as your cadence was concerned, but we weren't getting a readout on the computer. What was the problem?
parecia que a pedalada estava suave, mas parecia que não tinha leitura de potência.
Alguns ajustes, né?
Mas o que você acha que foi de pedalada?
Eu acho que foi alguns ajustes finais, mas está tudo certo. Acho que a tendência é melhorar para outubro.
We're still having some final adjustments on the system and also on our training, so we're very optimistic for October.
Are you disappointed, or are you sort of still positive that you can produce a competitive performance in October?
Você está decepcionado ou você ainda se considera candidato competitivo?
Nunca decepcionado, mas foi só o primeiro passo aí. Vamos para outubro aí, a gente já viu que o sistema está funcionando, é só questão de ajuste. Em outubro a gente vai para ganhar com certeza.
No disappointment. It's just a test for our system, and we're going to work hard to be very competitive in October.
I'm sure you will. We'll look forward to seeing your performances then. Congratulations for now, and thanks very much.
Valeu, tamo junto, é nóis.
Nice pictures, and great to see that Estevão is still positive after what could be termed as a disaster run, because he didn't get off the line.
Yeah, I know.
But I think they're very positive. They've seen where the errors are. Is 9 months enough to make the changes?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, they already know where the problems are coming from. So yeah, in October, I think they will be one of the very competitive team.
Well, let's have a look at the results from that last run, the FES event. And Pulse Racing this morning clocking that 80 points in 5 minutes 10. Then they had a little obstacle with a battery problem, but they still come out the winners ahead of Polimi, who we've just seen in action with Samuel Motoro. Very, very unlucky. A better start, they would have been comfortable winners, I feel. Certainly would have gone up to the 2 kilometre mark and picked up the 100 points. Well, that's the end of the FES event. We still have much more to come. We'll take a quick commercial and we'll be back with you.
I think what CYBATHLON demonstrates is there are no boundaries. When you watch this event, you start to believe that is possible.
Mein Name ist Michel Fornasier und für mich hat die Zukunft längst begonnen. Mir ist es wichtig, dass Technik der Menschheit dient, sie unterstützt, ihnen Hand bietet und den Alltag so erleichtert. Fortschritt ist Lebensqualität, welche man mit gutem Gewissen auch nutzen darf. In dieser Hinsicht ist EKZ für mich ein verlässlicher Partner, denn sie bieten Lösungen, die mich begeistern.
Willkommen zu Hause, Michel. EKZ bietet ökologische und zukunftsfähige Lösungen für Ihr Zuhause. Wir begleiten Sie in Ihre Energiezukunft. EKZ.
Eigentlich haben ich und mein Freund so ein gutes Gefühl an diesem Tag.
Ich bin einfach die Passstrasse darauf gefahren.
Auf einmal ist ihm der TÜV in einer Kurve weggerutscht.
Die Sonne hat mich geblendet und plötzlich liegt sie vor mir.
Und dann hat es meinen Rücken voll verwünscht.
Es kann jeden treffen. Wir helfen Querschnittgelähmten zurück ins Leben. Im Ernstfall auch Ihnen. Jetzt Mitglied werden.
Welcome back. Adrian has rejoined me here and we are waiting for the second heat of the second group of the arm prosthesis race. And this has probably been one of the most competitive events in the challenge events so far. Really looking forward to this. We saw an incredible performance by Bion IT Labs this morning. Philip Balushka was sensational. Christophe Houchet, couple of issues, but I think there's room for improvement on his second run. And a maximum 40 points for Bion IT, making it well, the two teams that went this morning can do nothing about it. Christophe Houchet, if he has a remarkable turnaround, could possibly take the win. So we're looking forward to this next heat. Adrian, it was near perfect from Bion IT. Can they possibly do something similar again?
Well, it was a perfect run, so I think what's going to be exciting is to see how far he's going to push it this time, because he can just go faster. So I think we're going to see a really exciting attempt and some risks.
Well, he promised us he would take a few risks and he would try and cut a few corners, so we'll see how they get on. I hope Christophe Houchet has a good run. He looked really disappointed with the way things went earlier on, but you do have to remember that his prosthesis goes over the elbow, the wrist and the hand, so 3 sets of joints really, compared to the 2 that the other teams have had to contend with. And he goes straight past the DIY section this time. Now, this has been a problem. I'm slightly surprised he's gone straight to the laundry, because this clothes peg has been an absolute nightmare. It smashed on him this morning because the grip was just a little bit too firm. And you can see he has to use the friction from that finger. Now, yesterday he had problems, but I think have they stuck another little bit of silicone on the prosthesis itself?
Yeah, so he's got a little silicone tip on the thumb and on the forefinger, but he's actually going to go for a lateral grip here to try to grab it between the side of the hand and the thumb. And that's okay. He can try again now. It hasn't fallen on the ground.
The rest of the team just checking their watches. You can see that a minute has gone, and that means that the second team are underway. And this is Bion IT, who was so good this morning. We saw that silicone we talked about in his interview. You can see the friction he has. You still have to get the thread to bite initially, but once it's in, that was quicker than any other team we've seen so far. On to the second part of the DIY, which is the hammer. Now, most of the teams have been using the hammer on its side because you get a bigger surface area with which to hit the nail. It just has to come out the bottom of that block.
Okay.
I think they've made the hole smaller, but he's eventually got there, and now he has to take the nail out. Well, he's gone a long, long way through, so this could be a little bit tricky. Somehow he's got to create the leverage by grabbing the nail low down.
And bending the arm back or forward to try to pry that nail out.
But that gives you some idea. Anyone who's tried to do this will know just how much pressure you have to put on the handles of the pliers to be able to get any sort of nail out, but it's a long way in there. I'm not sure he won't have put it in too far.
He has to be very careful. He's going to try to go back and readjust his grip. He's allowed to touch the pliers as long as he's standing on the mat.
Yeah, well, as we said earlier on, he had pretty much a perfect run. He's got to get the teeth of the pliers into the very base of the nail. That looks a little bit better now.
Oh, that's okay. He can still take it back.
I think the very fact that he scored 40 points this morning is going to dissuade him from taking a side cut, because he does not want to be seen to be going downhill. Meanwhile, Christophe is in the laundry. This is looking a little bit better than this morning. He had a few issues this morning, and the zip has to go right to the top. The judges, absolute sticklers for detail. Down it comes, and then he's got to put it back on the hanger and do the zip up again, which is one of the major problems. Now, Adrian, just give us some idea of how we spoke about the 3 joints, particularly the elbow, so it's a sort of transhumeral device. How is he activating the hand in particular?
So he has to use different co-contraction patterns in order to flex the elbow, extend the elbow, rotate the wrist, hand, open and close the hand.
But those messages are coming from the stump on the arm?
From the stump, exactly. They're being measured by surface electrodes that can detect the contraction of the muscles, and then that's decoded by the controller into intent or motion.
And so every device would have to be devised for the individual user, as opposed to just making a generic one.
Yes, it's very, very tricky, and it takes quite a lot of time for people to learn how to use their prostheses, because they have to figure out how to control it, what contractions will elicit what responses.
So, Balushk.
He completed the DIY task.
Yeah, that was a good effort, because he was struggling a little bit. But remember, he was very, very quick this morning. His total time, 5:06 for the tasks. He's still got to get through the kitchen.
Christoph as well, a very good show. He's finished the first laundry task.
Christoph only scoring.
He lost control of the pan.
That's a real shame. That was a real shame. I was just about to say he only scored 10 this morning, so he was likely to go ahead. Back to Balushk, who is a replacement pilot. And this is the technique he used this morning, and that allows him just to change the grip on the prosthesis, and that is very good. He's only got a minute or so to get inside the time that he set this morning. You can see the countdown, 52 seconds now. He's still got a couple of tasks to go. The frying pan placed. He's in a hurry. He is desperate to beat that time. Now out comes the casserole dish, supposedly. It's quite a wait. No problem with that. That's quicker than he did this morning. Now he's got 35 seconds to stack and dismantle these cups. That surely is impossible.
It's going to be tough, but Philip has this competition in the clear since Christoph passed the first task.
Yeah, the pressure is off, and he will know that, because Christoph was the only pilot that could beat him. This is for pride more than anything else.
Back-to-back perfect runs. I think that's what Bion IT is going for right now.
Easy.
This was the first fully adaptive bionic hand created. Came out of a thing called Adam's Hand. What was Adam's Hand?
Adam's Hand is the name of the hand.
The name of the hand they use.
This is a commercial product.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it's the only commercial bionic hand. Brilliant work. He's learned a few tricks there. Whacks it down. Job done. Not quite as quick as this morning, but to get a 5:10 and a 5:33, the dance isn't quite as good as it was this morning, but there is one happy man. Filip Balushka has absolutely nailed the arm prosthetic event. He comes away as our winner this weekend, and sensational performance from him. Christophe Houchet, lots of problems. 10 scored this morning, 10 scored this afternoon. Well, hopefully we're going to get a chance to chat to the two pilots. And Philip was very, very positive. Before we do that, let's just have a look. Talk us through this, Adam. Where were they good? Where were they having problems?
So we definitely saw a little bit of struggle here with removing the nail from Philip. It's really tricky. I mean, those pliers, it's a metal-on-metal surface, so it's actually quite slippery. To get it in the right position and pull it out is a challenging task. You can see here how he slips off repeatedly.
There's the laundry task that has given so many problems. Christoph, better than he was this morning. This is where it started to come upset. Just didn't have quite the right grip on the frying pan and spilt the beans, and that was the end of his possible score on that event. Filip Balushka flying through the kitchen. That is very, very impressive. The precision of movement, the grip, which we mentioned this morning. And job done. Bion IT, certainly top of the pile when it comes to the prosthetic arm. Yeah, he's got a way to go before he matches Michael Jackson, but nice to see him in such good spirits.
A good victory dance.
Victory dance.
So we're going to start with Christoph. Christoph, so close, a couple of little incidents that knocked your score down. How are you feeling after that run?
Firstly, I wanted to tell you thank you so much for the organization. It's a real experience to be here, and it proves that it's very different to current at home and current in live. It's not the same story. That's the first thing. Second thing, I realize with the new rules and new tasks that my arm and my handicap without elbow and my robotic elbow makes that it's much more difficult for me to do some tasks, and it becomes to be at the high level for what my prosthesis can do and what I can do. So I am a little bit disappointed, but I hope step by step with much training that and perhaps with different levels of categories for people who have elbow and people without elbow, that you will find a good way for that I can practice in the same condition than everybody to this competition in the future.
And is it a case of adapting the prosthesis at all, or is it purely just practice that is going to make the difference?
Tu peux me dire?
Je te demande si c'est purement la pratique qui fait la différence ou si c'est d'adapter l'outil. La practice, il y a une limite à la practice.
I want to say that I practice a lot. I'm training a lot, and that's not enough. There is one moment the handicap find his limit with the tasks, and we are at the limit. There is a part of my responsibility and the part who is not of my responsibility.
I absolutely take that. Well, we've really enjoyed watching you in action and hoping we're going to see you in October.
I will be there in October, and thank you. And we are two hatchets, and together we do much points.
Well done. Thanks very much, and we'll look forward to seeing you again.
See you, bye.
See you. Thank you.
So obviously a disappointed Christoph there. Things didn't quite go to plan, but he's absolutely right, Adrian. If you're missing the elbow, the control of the prosthesis is so much harder.
And Christoph raises a really good point here. In fact, many parasports have different divisions and categories for athletes with different levels of impairment. And this is done in the Paralympics. There's actually categories of competition that they have. So it's also something that we can work towards, and hopefully CYBATHLON can offer that one day as well.
Yeah, and taking that into account, you get to appreciate just how good his performance is. Well, let's have a chat with the winner now, Samuel from Italy. Everything seemed to fall into place. 2 perfect runs. This morning was your fastest run, Samuel, and you must be very, very happy with the way things have gone.
Yeah, so as I tried at the first round to make everything calm and make perfect to get 40 points, and now the second round I try to push myself, and then I see at the first task, so I'm going to, excited maybe, so I have some issues controlling or something because I'm try to go too fast, so then I skip it. So, and it's actually really hard to use the hammer and push it in there. So it's really a hard task. So we skip that, and then probably the street tasks go fine. So I think we made it, huh?
Yeah,
I think we are ready for October doing the CYBATHLON.
I don't think I've ever seen anyone get in and out of a kitchen so fast.
And I have a question. Are you going to let Salvatore compete in 2024, or are you going to want to race as well?
Pardon?
So for Salvatore to compete or not? We generally have some internal challenges, you know. So the fastest one is the one who competes. So we'll keep doing this in order to motivate everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
so it's maybe me or Salvatore.
And I thought your tactics were perfect today. Post a good score. It's the same in so many sports. If you get a good score first time around, you put pressure on everyone else. And then it allows you to take a few risks later on. So we're really impressed. And we're looking forward to seeing you in October.
Of course.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to.
Well done. Thanks very much.
Thanks very much.
Well, that is one very happy team. The Italians from Bion IT, probably the performance of the day. Two very, very solid performances. There you see the scores. Filip Balushka, who was the replacement pilot, remember, came in at the last moment. There's lots of competition in that Bion IT team to be the pilot, but 40 points scored, very quick time of 5:06. No one in the end got close to that. Nicolas Houchet, he'll be a little bit disappointed. It would have been interesting to see Balushka and Nicolas Houchet lined up together, but a fantastic competition, and that completes the arm prosthesis race. Well, Adrian, thanks for your insight again and expert knowledge on this event. And I guess you're looking forward to October as much as any of the teams.
I'm very excited for October, and it's going to be even more exciting and incredible than today.
Yeah, 19 teams here. Remember, in October, we will have over 100 teams competing, and they have many, many more tasks to complete than the 4 that we've seen today.
10 tasks for the arm.
10 tasks for the arm prosthesis. So, you know, they've got to be even more adaptable. And that will be fascinating, because there will be tasks that some of the athletes and pilots who didn't do so well today, that they excel in when it comes to the big event in October. Well, that's a little break coming up now. We'll be back with the final action here in Zurich.
Eigentlich ist es ganz ein normaler Tag gewesen.
Bis ich mit extrem viel Schwung
die schwarze Piste runtergefahren bin.
Ja, einfach Kontrolle verloren.
Dann hat es getatscht und um mich herum ist alles schwarz geworden.
Es kann jeden treffen. Wir helfen Querschnittgelähmten zurück ins Leben. Im Ernstfall auch Ihnen. Jetzt Mitglied werden.
Mein Name ist Michel Fornasier und für mich hat die Zukunft längst begonnen. Mir ist es wichtig, dass Technik der Menschheit dient, sie unterstützt, ihnen Hand bietet und den Alltag so erleichtert. Fortschritt ist Lebensqualität, welche man mit gutem Gewissen auch nutzen darf. In dieser Hinsicht ist EKZ für mich ein verlässlicher Partner, denn sie bieten Lösungen, die mich begeistern.
Willkommen zu Hause, Michel.
EKZ bietet ökologische und zukunftsfähige Lösungen für Ihr Zuhause. Wir begleiten Sie in Ihre Energiezukunft. EKZ.
CYBATHLON 2024, a once-in-a-lifetime experience, an international competition with and for people with disabilities and their teams. Are you working on developing the most helpful assistive technology? Become a competitor and sign up for CYBATHLON 2024.
We're getting towards the back end of the day here in CYBATHLON in Zurich, and Ingrid has rejoined me for the second of the BCI events. And this is, you know, a fascinating encounter. We want to just get on and find out exactly what's going to happen in the second heat. Let's have a look at the replay of the first heat. Ingrid, talk us through where the issues were, where the problems, where people did so well, particularly Patella, who was sensational.
Has trained a lot. So for Owen, I think the only enemy is time. He could solve all the tasks. So we will see how it goes now. And Zoltan said he's also gaining more control now. So I think that is promising for all the pilots.
So it could be a slightly more competitive second heat. There were definitely technical issues that they were confident that they could tweak. Here's Sortos from the team that did so well this morning. We were the outstanding team, the Italians. Sortos for e-brainers. And there is Francesco Patella. He was all smiles after his run. It couldn't really have gone much better. He got off to a flying start. And that's so important because there is a time issue. There are time pressures. And if you can get through the first couple of tasks without any problems, that allows you to slow down and tackle the harder ones in your own time. Owen, big man, I think he was fairly confident that he could improve things.
Yeah, I think he's already doing great. And as said, I think the only thing he can improve is to go faster through some of the tasks.
So we're still waiting for starters' orders here. Sortos didn't finish, didn't pick up any points, so anything would be an improvement, but they certainly weren't sort of downhearted by the way things went. I think they thought they had a real chance of picking up the score, and the start delays you can see there. So Sortos is underway. Neuroconcise, the team from Great Britain, will be next. And then Francesco Patella is going to be last off. Now, this is looking much more promising already. He has to change course slightly. Yeah, so many teams just struggle to control the rotation of the chair once they've come off the start line.
Yeah, I think that's tricky. It's just difficult for them to rotate only a tiny little bit and not just move too much. And then we have this issue that sometimes they just go in a corner.
Well, if he can now rotate it all the way around to face the exit gate, which is at the other end of this virtual room, we'll be in business, which is exactly what he's done. It's just a case of stopping it where it is. Yeah, that's so difficult, isn't it? And Patella is just about to get underway. Now, this could be a demonstration of how it's done. Just a tiny little bit, then back to the right.
Yeah, Francesco said that he really has trained his task a lot, and we could definitely see it in the first round.
Well, the first attempt, he pretty much went in one line, and that collision with the furniture is, I feel, going to cause a disqualification in this particular task. So it hasn't started quite as well, but he does seem to have a bit more control over the chair than the other two teams.
Yeah, so actually when they hit one of the tables, it's fine. They get a small time punishment, but they can continue. But in the second iteration of this task, there is this plant in front of the door. And if they hit that plant, that then leads to a task fail.
Yes. So if they complete the first three, then they start the tasks again.
So
he's very close to getting out of the first room now. Owen Colum, he had almost exactly the same problem as we saw from Zoltan earlier, just turning left and then unable to stop the chair, turning too far to the left. If he can just go forward a tiny bit, now he's on line for the exit gate.
Yeah, I think now if he just goes straight, he will manage to reach the door.
Easier said than done.
That is true.
Well, Francesco Batella has moved on to the computer screen. The idea here is to get the cursor to move down into the shaded section of the graphic, which is down the bottom at around 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, the yellow section. Batella still leading the way. Y on 40 points. Neuroscience 30 scored earlier on. eBrainers yet to score at the moment. Down it goes into the box, and now if he can just press the button, that is another 10 points for Y, the Italian team. And Batella achieves that task pass. Well done. He moves on. Now you can see the plant that you were talking about. It's a particularly prickly cactus, and you don't want to be knocking into that. Now, if you can line this up and go straight out, is he going to be able to do this even better than he did first time this morning? Brilliant. That's another 10 points in the bag, 20 points gained in half that number of seconds. Now he goes, is he going to give the ice dispenser a go? I think he may do second time round, having given this one a bye on his first run. And he might, if he gets this, he'll probably regret that decision early on.
Yeah, I think he's so fast in this round, in this heat. He has still some time left to give it a try with the ice machine.
His team absolutely transfixed by the coverage at the moment. There are no smiles yet, but I think if he starts to get the ice into the cup, we'll see them appear. This is why he gave it a bye, just because of the issues of control.
Yeah, the navigation of different devices can feel a bit different for the pilots. So
what's the difference in the way that you activate it?
So I think they are using similar control strategies, but how it exactly translates to the movement on the screen is slightly different for these devices.
He is so close. Francesco Batella looking to outscore himself this morning. 40 points this morning. He's still got plenty of time now. This is looking good. If the ice misses the cup, the red flag goes up. Now that must be perfect. Stop. Stop. Oh. So he's decided to give it a miss, but that was so close.
Yeah, I think they will get there soon.
He moves on to the TV screen for the second time. He didn't have any issue here controlling the cursor. Let's go back to Zoltan from eBrainers. We're willing him to score 10 points on this one. You can see the compass-like dial on the top left-hand side of the screen. That tells you where you're aiming once you get it to move forwards. Owen Collum, second time around. He's on 30 points already. He scored 30 this morning. So if he can just get through this room before time is up, then he is going to improve his performance and might start putting a little bit of pressure on the Italian team. So having started so well, Francesco just struggling a little bit at the moment. So this is a similar task to the one he did earlier on, and he didn't make a single mistake.
Yeah, I think that's also something very difficult in the BCI race. Sometimes it just goes so well, and then a few minutes later it's getting tricky.
So how much difference does being in a competition, if he was doing this at home in his kitchen with no one around, would the task be that much easier?
Yeah, I think it's very different to be at home or maybe in the lab. And he passed.
So Owen Collum has picked up the points. He's got another minute, and if he can do this, he could move on to 50 and take the top spot in this BCI event. He's got 40 points and the clock is ticking. We'll try and keep an eye on exactly how much time he's got. Now, this is a big moment for the big Irishman.
So now he's trying again the cursor task. I think that's something that he can usually finish a bit quicker than the ice machine task. So I think he's hoping to get 10 more points from that.
Yeah, Owen Collum moving on to the cursor, 5:49. Oh, just missing out on time, just missing out on time. That cursor was less than a centimetre away. Well, that is desperately unlucky.
Yeah, similar to the first attempt. So close.
Who's won that one? Francesco? Well, that is very tight. We're waiting for confirmation, but we think that Owen Collum has taken the top spot, and the response of the team behind him would suggest that that is exactly what's happened. And it's so nice to see, you know, there's a man who was a really good sportsman. He was so competitive that he gets an absolute thrill out of competing in this event now. He'll be chuffed to bits. Great pictures. Great pictures, and a little bit unlucky for Francesco, who was the star of the day earlier on. He produced some outstanding runs, but there's your champion. Owen Collum has snatched it at the last. Neuroscience, Neuroconcise, we feel are the champions. They scored 30 points on their first outing. And I think before we confirm the results, let's have a chat with Collum, see how he's feeling after that. Collum, good to see you.
Hi, it's Owen here in UCD in Dublin.
Now, I don't know how the Irish rugby team got on this afternoon in Paris, but they won't have been quite as impressive as you. That was a great comeback.
Yeah, especially against the Italian team. They've beaten us before, so it's a real achievement by all the guys here, and Damien, Itala, all those guys back here. So great stuff.
We're absolutely delighted.
What was your secret on that second run?
We always go through. We go for every game, and we take on each challenge. My secret was to do as many challenges as possible over time. So was aiming for number 50 points there, but unfortunately didn't get that far.
But there was
happy as you know, I started slowly again.
But there was a big difference between your success in the first task, the room that you had to navigate your way through. There was a massive difference in your second heat from the first heat, and each room you went through, you got faster and faster. So what is going on? How is your mind working? How are you managing to do that?
I tend to think it's just progress. Your mind gets used to each movement, and accuracy becomes a big factor in hitting my points when I need to move forward or need to move backwards or side. So naturally, as the game goes on, we usually progress faster and faster.
He gets into the zone. It takes a while to relax into it, so that seems to be the trend. But he has been able to achieve five out of 6 tasks in a number of training sessions. So we were confident we could get 4, and we're delighted with the time. So
well done to the other teams too. It's not easy.
I can see that. A massive congratulations to you and the rest of the team, and we'll look forward to seeing you in October. And I suspect you're going to be very competitive there as well. Thanks very much.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Thank you.
So celebrations with the Irish team, commiserations to the Italians. Francesco, so close, so close. We're not picking up on your sound at the moment. Yeah, we'll give that another go in just a minute. I'm very keen to hear exactly what Francesco has to say. Francesco, can you hear us? We'll Chortos, another great effort. Can you talk us through your second heat and the differences between your second heat and the first?
So we lost control with the actual signal processing control part of the algorithm. So we have lots of work to do, basically.
Yeah, 9 months to perfect it. I'm sure we'll see you there in October and competing with the other two teams.
Yeah, hopefully. We are planning on this.
Yeah, well done. Thanks very much and good luck with your developments. So I think we're still having technical issues with Francesco. Really keen to hear exactly what he has to say. Ingrid, any final analysis from you on how that went and how it's improved over time?
Yeah, so this is the first competition that we have with this specific BCI game, so it was very exciting for me to see that so many tasks could be solved. I'm really looking forward to see how it goes in October, if they will manage to solve all the tasks within the time. Yeah.
Yeah, well, thanks to you for keeping us company and giving us your insight into how this event works. Here are the results. Owen Collum from Neuroconcise runs away with it in the end. 40 points scored, 444. It was tight, just 30 seconds in it. Francesco Batella, who was a sensation this morning, scoring 40 in that 5 minutes 16. He might live to regret missing that ice dispenser, but he was only millimeters away from succeeding on that task. So those two are going to have a good battle in October, whatever happens. And I think the Hungarian team will make the improvements that they need to make to be competitive. So we're in for an exciting time in 9 months' time.
CYBATHLON 2024, a once-in-a-lifetime experience, an international competition with and for people with disabilities and their teams. Are you working on developing the most helpful assistive technology? Become a competitor and sign up for CYBATHLON 2024.
Mein Name ist Michel Fornasier und für mich hat die Zukunft längst begonnen. Mir ist es wichtig, dass Technik der Menschheit dient, sie unterstützt, ihnen Hand bietet und den Alltag so erleichtert. Fortschritt ist Lebensqualität, welche man mit gutem Gewissen auch nutzen darf. In dieser Hinsicht ist EKZ für mich ein verlässlicher Partner, denn sie bieten Lösungen, die mich begeistern.
Willkommen zu Hause, Michel.
EKZ bietet ökologische und zukunftsfähige Lösungen für Ihr Zuhause. Wir begleiten Sie in Ihre Energiezukunft. EKZ.
Eigentlich haben ich und mein Freund so ein gutes Gefühl an diesem Tag.
Ich bin einfach die Passstrasse darauf gefahren.
Auf einmal ist ihm der TÜV in einer Kurve weggerutscht.
Die Sonne hat mich geblendet und plötzlich liegt sie vor mir.
Und dann hat es meinen Rücken voll verwünscht.
Es kann jeden treffen. Wir helfen Querschnittgelähmten zurück ins Leben. Im Ernstfall auch Ihnen. Jetzt Mitglied werden.
Welcome back to Zurich for the final time. We're through to the last event, the ROB event, the robot assistance. event coming up, and we're hoping that this is going to be another tight competition. Felix is with me again. RSL versus BFH Fair. Now, RSL produced an almost perfect run this morning, well within the time limit, maximum 40 points. Let's have a look at the replay to give us some idea of what is coming up, because we're awaiting their second heat. This is the footage from the first run.
Yeah.
Well, the post box is the first task. They have to get the box, which is quite heavy, out of the box and place it on the table. Then they move on to the toothbrush, where they have to move the toothbrush right up to the mouth. And we have two very different teams. If you weren't with us earlier on, you can see the dog-like robot that is with Samuel Kuntz on the far side. Fritz, who didn't score any points this morning, retired very early. I hope they put it right, because yesterday his performance was sensational. So he really does have that potential to score the 40 points.
The potential is there, he just needs to grasp it. And I believe since he's really at the start, he's going for it.
Yeah, I think we'll get an indication on this very first task, because he didn't even manage to get the mailbox open earlier on. But yesterday, he had no problem whatsoever. Waiting for starters' orders. Fritz Eichholzer, can he recover from a very disappointing run earlier on today?
Oh, go time.
6 minutes allowed. So away we go, 10 points for each of the tasks completed. It comes down to time, really, if he wants to beat RSL, because they completed everything in 6:34. Now, this is where he got stuck this morning. He couldn't get the prosthesis to grip the handle. He's done it now, and if you can, absolutely nothing against pulling it. But in doing so, he has pushed the box a little bit further in. Have they taken the points off? I think they have.
Yeah.
Oh, that's very disappointing. Very disappointing.
Yeah. So we see that he's giving voice commands to the device in order to make sure to be ready for the next task.
So that's a minute on the clock for Fritz, and Samuel Kuntz about to get underway. If he's anything like as good as he was this morning, this will be sensational. Now, what he did this morning was to put the prosthesis on the top of the box and just slide it out halfway.
See, I'm curious to see if he's
risky tactic, but it worked well, and
seems to play out really well.
Enabled him to grip the box cleanly. That will do. Nice work so far. He's got a good width on the grip there, and plenty of strength in the calipers. And all this is being controlled by the mouth, the movement of the joystick, plus the blowing and sucking, which activates the switches. So they have to retrieve the toothbrush from the mug, place it back in.
Yeah. Which apparently
that's excellent. That's excellent.
Really well.
That's what we saw from Fritz yesterday in the trial run.
Yeah, I do believe they're back on track.
Yeah, he looked frustrated after the run this morning. He's put so much effort into the training that when a little bit of technology lets you down, it's very frustrating. This is the scarf test. He's got to get that scarf, place it over a rail. It's silky slippery, so he's got to get the balance absolutely right. Samuel
Kuntz, so they had some...
This is slightly harder because to get the toothbrush near the mouth...
Yeah, and it needs to be a bit closer, you know. So now, as I said, they were trying out voice commands on this task, which we can actually hear, which
Yeah,
almost seems to work, but
told
it's
the
very
prosthesis
close.
to touch his face, so he then has to keep the face absolutely still. Look at that for precision.
Perfect.
Great work.
Gently.
Great work. The whole team will be delighted that has worked twice in succession. Are they going to give him the green light? Great work. Great work.
Great that they managed, yes.
No problem with the scarf for Fritz.
So they're very well in time.
On now to his last task, which is to empty the dishwasher. Nice precision. Nice precision. Slightly puzzled why he had issues on that first task, the post box.
Unfortunately, I cannot tell.
What did he say? It's stuck?
It's just the time. He said in Swiss German, he said that he needs to be a bit more closer.
Yeah.
So that was from Raphael Ratz.
And once he's got the door
manager.
so far, it should go down on its own.
Yeah.
Nicely done. Then he's got to pull out the bottom drawer, retrieve the plate, put it back on the top of the cupboard.
We actually can see this increased range of this manipulator. Great.
So he's got an extra joint in his arm, effectively, which gives him a massive increase in potential. Now this looks a little bit close. Has he got a decent grip on the scarf? Just a bit worried that it's going to fall out. No, he's got it safely held. So Samuel is going well, really trying to beat that time he set this morning of 6:34. Fritz Eichholzer, how good is that? Zero scored this morning. He pushes it up to 30.
4:29.
And for the first time today, we see a smile on Fritz's face. So much tension. He was bitterly disappointed this morning, but that's a brilliant performance from him to finish off his contest here in Zurich. 4:35 on the clock. 4:35 on the clock. Remember, it was 6:34 his time this morning. So he's got 2 minutes to empty the dishwasher and get across the line. Samuel just placing himself in the optimum position so he can see exactly what's going on. That's obviously a bit of an issue when you have a sort of a remote robot.
Yeah, you have to be in line of sight. Even though the robot is equipped with a camera, but it's still...
So now you see him sucking and blowing on the knobs, just getting his robot, Alma as it's called, into the right position. They took the robot Animal and adapted it, put the arm on top. Nice work.
Quite remarkable.
5.5 minutes gone. 1 to go. And this is going to be tight. This is going to be tight. He's really just competing against himself. The rest of his team watching on. Exactly the same technique as he used this morning. Drops it vertically, moves it slightly into the cupboard. Not a lot of room to play with here.
But we really see that this is optimal path planning, like it went into it in order to make the best out.
He doesn't have to close the cupboard, so he's just got to get it on. 20 seconds remaining if he's going to beat this morning's time. It's going to be tight. I think he's about 5 seconds behind his score this morning. He could just try and drop the plate and get out of there as quick as possible. 25. He's going for a little bit of finesse, and I think that is going to cost him the fastest time. But it's about consistency. Two runs, maximum points under the 7-minute mark. Now the plate drops. That's nicely done, safely on the top. And all he's got to do now is reverse out of the competition area. He's only some 10 seconds slower, just a bit more than that, than this morning's performance. You can't really do much better. Fantastic work, great precision, and congratulations to the RSL team. Wow, what did you make of that?
That was absolutely stunning. We really saw that these teams really put a lot of effort into this these tasks, even though they're not only 4. There will be 10 in 9 months on the big event, but this is really promising.
Well, I think Fritz will be equally delighted with his run, and a big contrast from this morning where nothing worked.
Yeah.
A big failure on the first task. They had to retire early from that competition. This is the only area where he lost points. He was just a bit aggressive with the post box,
and
the judges were very harsh. But the toothbrush task, immaculate, great work. No issue with the scarf at all.
Not at all. Really
a task
gently.
You thought might provide problems, but I think everyone managing it okay.
Yeah, it's just that was my gut feeling that this fabric will be difficult to handle for a robotic displacement.
So
apparently not.
Which of the two chairs and systems and robots are you most impressed with?
I'm actually impressed with both equally. I think both sort of concepts come with advantages and disadvantages, and so it's a head-to-head with which one will actually be better. And I believe it comes to practice and endurance, and yes.
Yeah, and if you think last year was the first time they had this
they made
discipline
so much
included,
progress. Yes,
the amount of progress made in a year is absolutely sensational, and it's exactly what CYBATHLON is about, because the competition motivates advancement. Well, here is Fritz, and Fritz, you look a much happier man than earlier on today.
Yeah.
Yes, I think we had some problems with the first run, and now in the second run was not bad, especially the time was as I had yesterday, but I had not some problems with mailbox. But I think in total, I'm happy to be here and could show all the people here around that I get the same time as yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic performance. You were a bit aggressive with the post box on that second run, but you picked up maximum points after that. You must be confident for October.
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah, that we can.
I'm really looking forward to that.
Some details so that we are
and
ready then to be in October with you again.
Do you think you'll be able to beat RSL when it comes to the main event?
Sorry, I didn't understand.
Do you think you'll be able to beat Samuel when it comes to the big event?
Yeah, I thought so, yeah.
That's great.
Well, I think we will have as well some more people here in the room, and that would be then great.
Yeah, we're delighted to see you do so well. Thanks for talking to us, and congratulations. We'll see you in 9 months' time.
Thank you. Same to you. Bye-bye.
So that was a big improvement from BFH Fair, but still couldn't quite match Samuel Kuntz of RSL, who's probably had the best day of all the pilots out there. 2 perfect runs, just a fraction slower on that second run, but really impressive. And, where does he go from here? There will be more tasks in October, so there's work to do on those. But the 4 tasks he was provided with here provided no problem whatsoever. Yeah. Well, Samuel, I hope, is ready to have a quick chat to us. There he is, again looking very happy. 2 perfect runs, Samuel. You must be feeling great.
I do. I really do. It was a perfect day for me today, yeah. 2 perfect runs. The second one was a bit slower, but yeah, it was perfect. Can't say anything else, yeah.
What, did you have any particular issues, or was one task much harder than the other, or were they all a breeze?
Sometimes, mistakes can happen. That's the issue. Like the box can fall down from the mailbox, or the dishwasher, like in the training, the robot stopped working at the dishwasher because I bumped into something, and those those errors can always happen, and I'm just glad nothing of this happened, and I had 2 perfect runs.
You certainly did. We were half hoping you were going to drop the plate onto the top of the dishwasher and get out of there to beat your first run time, but 2 times under 7 minutes, maximum points, couldn't really have gone much better. And I think there are quite a few people who want to have one of those robots at home with them.
Yeah, having such a robot at home, that would be great. Yeah, still a bit expensive, but I really want to have one of those robots at home myself as well too. Yeah.
And do you think you'll make any adaptations to it before the event in October?
Yeah, we will, of course. We will try to automate more, and also I have to train more. Like, as I said, I only trained during January, more or less. So I really need to move myself and the robot simultaneously to get to be faster. That is something we will work on, and automation as well. So I don't have to do everything myself.
Yeah, well, I hope you leave a little bit of time for you and your team to celebrate after your success today.
Yeah, thank you.
Great work. Congratulations,
so
and we'll look forward to seeing you in October. Brilliant.
Yeah, we'll see you. Bye-bye.
So RSL, the champions in the robotic assistance race, and Felix, that was quite out of this world. I think everyone watching that will be impressed. Everyone would have thought those tasks were impossible. They proved otherwise.
We designed those tasks on purpose to be difficult, but we could have made them more difficult, it seems.
We might have to redesign the tasks. We've got plenty of time to think up something else for them to do. Let's have a look at the results from that particular event. Samuel Kuntz, as we know, the winner with RSL. Here they come. 40 points scored in both, so maximum points. 6:34 the quickest time. That was his run this morning. He was 6:45 on the second run, so really sensational performances, and so glad that Fritz Eichholzer got himself on the score sheet. 30 points scored. A technical issue this morning put him out of contention, but a good time, 4:29 for Fritz, and I think he goes away a happy man. So these are the scenes in the hall. The competition is now over, and all the teams will relax for a while and then turn their minds to CYBATHLON 2024, which will take place at the back end of October. And lots of improvements to be made. Yeah, where do we go from here? I mean, 10 tasks. They've got a lot of work to do in the 9 months.
A lot of work, and we will put a timestamp on each task, so it will be a speed run. And based on the fact that they are more or less capable to fully execute all of these tasks, which I could see as a potential, it will be a speed run in the end.
Yeah,
and that's what.
What are you looking forward to most
in the actual event? Well, we have some other tasks that will be quite difficult to manage, but I'm looking for a head-to-head race.
Well, here's the Italian, the Swiss team RSL taking a selfie with the robot. There is nothing. There is nothing
picture perfect.
It can't do. Well,
so many options for
certainly
this
going to be on a high after this, well motivated for the next 9 months of training. That's it from CYBATHLON 2024 Challenges, the last of the 3 challenge events. A big thank you to the teams and a huge congratulations to all the teams, particularly the winners, and certainly taking steps to making all the pilots that much more independent. They've got 9 months to prepare, 10 tasks, over 100 teams are going to be involved. It's going to be a massive, massive event, and we'll certainly see more groundbreaking technology when it comes to the main event. We look forward to seeing you there from Zurich, from ETH, from CYBATHLON team here in Zurich. Good luck for the next 9 months, and goodbye.
think what CYBATHLON demonstrates is there are no boundaries. When you watch this event, you start to believe that is possible.